Unmute yourself, Chair. Unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Kumede. I'm talking as if I'm already unmuted. Thank you. Muted. Honorable members, you're welcome to the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises. You all welcome, and our guests, I think from the Auditor-General, the department, and everybody, including the media, is welcome to this meeting, which might be longer than usual session because we've got 3 items. We'll try to give each an item an hour. And honorable members, I will plead with you to be patient with me because I won't be allowing us to exceed the necessary time to engage the report, but I can assure you it will be an hour to each and every item. Without wasting time, let's go to the Secretary to present us with the apologies, and if necessary, because all members, I think they too have the agenda. You can fly the agenda on the screen. Mr. Tisang Mochumi.
Good morning, Chair. I haven't received apologies from the members of the committee. I think they're present in the meeting. And then the AGSA is represented in the meeting, which is our first agenda item today, which is the briefing by the Auditor-General of South Africa on the audit outcomes on the annual report of the Department of Public Enterprises and State-Owned Enterprises. The delegation is led by Mr. Fumulani Rabonda, who's going to be the presenter, accompanied by Mr. Tami Zikode, Ms. Mujei Kosana, and Mr. Bongumusa Tabete. Those are the officials from the AGSA. And then post this discussion with the AGSA, we will be briefed by the Financial and Fiscal Commission, which will share their views on the performance of state-owned enterprises from a fiscal perspective. Before we get a briefing from the Department of Public Enterprises on the annual report and financial statements for the 2021 financial year. That is the agenda, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Michumi. Honorable members, the apologies, is there any apologies except the minister? The minister is busy with some engagement with the unions around the strike at Transnet. He will be in and out, or sometimes not coming, depending, or if he gets a chance, he will immediately come in, and when demands come, he will be out of the meeting. Therefore, that's the apology I have. Kumede and Chabu are having problems of load shedding. They might be also having some participatory constraints that I will appeal to the members to bear with them. Otherwise, those are the only apologies I have. Honorable, Mr. Muchumi, is there any other apology with you?
No, Chair.
Chair?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
Just indicate that the Deputy Minister will be the one leading the DPE team, and he will join us shortly, maybe closer to our item. He will be in attendance. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable members, it's 7 minutes after 9. Let me give to the Auditor-General to brief us on the audit outcomes of the state-owned companies and the Department of Public Enterprises. We will give you Mr. Pumlani from now at 8 minutes past 9 until around past the latest. Otherwise, beyond that, I won't allow you to continue because I would love the members also to make their own issues or raise their own concern and everything. And then you'll have to respond to that also. Can I give you the Auditor General to make their own presentation?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to honorable members of the committee and to our colleagues from the AGSA and the Department of Public Enterprises. We thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with the committee as part of the B3R session of the committee. This briefing, it helps us as well as the AGSA to push our mandate as well, which will help us to exist to strengthen the country's democracy. Sessions such as these ones help us to enable oversight, accountability, and governance in this institution that we're auditing. And by sharing this information or reflections from the outcome of the audit that we have done, we support the committee's oversight mandate as well. So this is what we're here to do today. And by doing so, we aspire to be recognized by all stakeholders as a relevant audit institution that is enhancing public sector accountability. And that is why we are of the view that if we are sharing with you information that is relevant to your work and that is factual and also reliable information, is going to really much assist in driving that particular vision of ours. We all, AGSA, Parliament, and all organs of state, their mandate of existence is to ensure that there is the experiences of the citizens of South Africa is a good experience. And for that to be able to be achieved, it means that everyone in the accountability access system do what they ought to do. It starts internally with the operations of the departments or the institutions, the leadership of those institutions, the executive leadership, and also the oversight structures, including Parliament, that if each one of us can do our part, the results will be seen by the lived experiences of the citizens of the country being improved. And we are here to do that, to reflect on the outcome of the work that we've done as an audit institution. And so that when we support the work of Parliament, and Parliament can then do their part as well, we'll definitely see a shift in what we call the lived experiences of the citizens. The Secretariat has already indicated, Chair, that we are here to brief the committee on the audit outcome of the department and its entities, and it's all the entities that we're covering today. This picture here is giving history from where we started when with the current administration and where we are in terms of the picture of audit outcomes. So the current administration in 2019 inherited audit outcome that included the department being in green, meaning that their financial statements were free statements, the performance report was free from material statements. Also, we had not identified any material department. We had 3 entities that had qualified financial statements, which was Transnet, Safcol, and Eskom at the time. We also had 3 entities that had disclaimed audit opinions, which was Denel, Alasco, and SA Express at the time. And there was only one outstanding audit, which was the audit of SAA and its subsidiaries. The picture has changed to where we are right now, mostly with not so good news in that the department could not manage to retain their good audit status, that they are now no longer clean, but they are sitting with unqualified audit financial statements, but with findings in compliance. They are joined in there by with Safcol that have managed to improve from a qualified audited come to unqualified, and also by Transnet that have also managed to improve from unqualified to qualified. We are concerned with the the increasing number of outstanding audits, being 5 at this point, and then I'll touch more on those particular audits that are outstanding in the next slide. But I just want to also indicate here with the improvement of Transnet, it is important to clarify that it is not directly attributable to the improvement in the internal controls and operations of the entity. It was as a direct result of the exemption that the entity was given by the Minister of Finance, that they were allowed to exclude the disclosure of PFMA-related requirements. We're talking about irregular expenditure and fraudulent expenditure. They were allowed to exclude that from the financial statements and only include it in the annual report. What that does is that it takes it away from the space of the audit opinion. That means that now that we are going to no longer comment from an audit opinion point of view, and the audit opinion had to change because we no longer had a disclosure that was materially misstated. With regard to the outstanding audits, Honorable Chair, it is known that the SAA audit has been outstanding since the 2018-2019 financial year. So that is 4 years of audit being outstanding. They have recently submitted the financial statements for SAA. The group they were submitted in 31 May this year. They also submitted for SHFs and SA Technical in August, recently in August. And we are still waiting for the financial statements of their other subsidiary, Mango, which is currently in business rescue. They have made undertaking to work with the business rescue practitioner and also getting assistance from additional capacity that they put in there to get the financial statements submitted. But the delays in submitting that set of financial statements for Mango is affecting the progress of the ongoing audit. We have commenced the audit, but the progress is a bit slow. As expressed, as it has been published widely, it has been liquidated. The audit has been outstanding for the past 3 years, so we are not expecting any audit to continue there because the entity has been liquidated. Denel is a thorny issue, Honorable Chair, in that the financial statements have been outstanding for the past 2 years. That has led the entity to be in contravention of the PFMA and also the Companies Act, having failed to submit financial statements for those particular 2 years. They have received some compliance notices from the CIPC and notifying them, from the Commission, notifying them of the impact of failing to submit financial statements. And we have also engaged regularly with the board of Denel and also with the management of Denel to try and understand the challenge that they're experiencing and seek the support that they need, and also help them to track the initiative that they're putting in place to enable them to come to a point where they are able to submit financial statements. But we've alerted them that the failure to submit financial statements on time is hampering ability of oversight bodies to exercise the effective oversight over this entity. It has suspended accountability in obstructing the AGSA from performing its audit function as well, because we have not been able to audit them for the past 2 years as well. And as it has also been reported earlier this year, the failure to have audited financial statements has led to the JSE suspending the trading of the Denel bonds as well. And this is affecting the entity's ability to source funding from the markets as well. So that is having an impact in their operations. So we have advised the board to put measures in place to submit financial statements. They have committed in writing that they will submit financial statements by the 30th of November. And then with ESCOM, the audit is ongoing. There have been delays there that have been noted by the auditors being Deloitte, and they are anticipating that the audit will be finalized in November. And ALESCO have just recently reappointed their auditors, and the audit is commencing as well. Moving into the portfolio, performance of the portfolio. My detail here, Chair, we first highlighting that all 3 institutions that we have completed the audits on, DPE, Transnet, and the others, and Safcon, they submitted a performance report that contained material misstatements. We identified those, and then management managed to correct them during the audit process. Hence, the published annual reports or performance report did not contain any material misstatements on the programs that we had selected for auditing. We are also reminding the government and also Parliament of the strategic targets that the government have set for themselves in the MTSF in 2019, and key of which are the ones that we have put there in the slides, including the repurposing of the SOEs to strengthen their government systems and ensure board stability. These are some of the initiatives that the government put for themselves as targets that it must happen, and must happen with the deadline that they've put in here. We just need to highlight the alignment between these particular initiatives, especially initiative number one, intervention number one, with the achievement of targets by the DPE. You'll see that the DPE have reported achievement of targets of 91, and there is 91%, I mean to say. There's therefore a need to reflect on what is the correlation between the achievement of targets by DPE and the achievement of the targets that have been set in the MTSF. Hence, we have put that point in that block there that indicates that the DPE performance reports or targets did not include the targets on repurposing of SOEs. So this is just a call to say there's a need to just reflect to say how best do we make sure that the performance planning of the department aligns with what needs to be achieved in this SOE sector or in the DPE sector. This slide, Honorable Chair, it's only summarizing the information that is already contained in the annual reports of SAFCOL and also of Transnet, focusing on the key target that they have not managed to achieve. Noting that with Transnet, they only achieved 39% of the targets, and then SAFCOL only achieved 86% of the targets. But here we are just zooming in some of those key ones. And we're not going to go too much into detail, as I understand that the department and these entities are still going to table the annual report. They would then delve into the details relating to the achievement of their targets. Honorable Chair, as it is known that the department has embarked on a process of restarting the airline SAA and ensuring its sustainability going forward. And they have some policy decisions that have been taken by cabinet, working with the department in there. And one such decision was to dispose of 20% controlling stake of the entity. As part of the audit of the financial statements of DPE, we have to engage with management and also look at the agreement that has been signed with the strategic equity partner and also the process documentation to determine the financial statement implications on the numbers that are in the financial statements, liabilities, the investment that is disclosed in the determine this which has been signed now, what is the impact thereof? And as part of us looking at that information, we're able to identify some observations that we then communicated them to management through the management report, for them to look at those observations and determine what do they really mean to the process and what do they mean to similar process going forward. And the management, as we understand, they are processing those observations that we've shared with them, and they will then need to determine what is the impact and how do they want to respond to those observations that we have shared with them. And I understand then as part of their briefing to the committee, they may need to touch on those things as well, in terms of what is their view on these observations. We have got the additional power that have been granted to the AGSA through the amendment of the Public Audit Act, effective 1 April 2019. We have implemented these additional powers within the portfolio, specifically within the audit of Transnet and SAFCOL. We did identify material irregularities in the previous audit cycle at both Transnet and SAFCOL. For SAFCOL, it was in their major subsidiary, which is KLF. And we are just here to report that the processes of dealing with those material irregularities are still ongoing at both Transnet and at SAFCOL. With SAFCOL, they have completed an investigation. They've shared with us the investigation report, and we are assessing that investigation report to determine whether the outcome of the investigation is, can we conclude that there are appropriate steps being taken to respond to the MI or to remedy the effects of this material irregularity. With Transnet, they are still ongoing with the disciplinary processes of the affected employees on the MIs that have been identified. But we've just noted that the MIs at Transnet are taking longer to finalize, specifically because of the complexities of dealing with employee relations matters in terms of the employees lodging appeals on the allegations that have been set against them. And for recommending to the portfolio committees to continue overseeing the process of these entities responding or dealing with these material irregularities as part of their consequence management processes. This slide, without going too much into detail, it is just highlighting the weaknesses that still prevail within these entities in terms of the internal control in relation to financial management controls. Specifically, they want to highlight the proper record keeping in and year-end reporting measures, and also review and monitoring of compliance. You'll see that it's prevalent across all of the entities almost. Hence, we are highlighting this one to say something needs to be done to ensure that they are improving the internal control environment. We do commend SAFCOL for submitting information that or financial statements that were free from material misstatements. We advise them or encourage them to maintain the disciplines that enable them to achieve this particular feat. But we are also strongly advising DP and Transnet to implement effective steps to remedy those material misstatements that we've been identifying in the submitted financial statements, to ensure that internal controls are strong enough to produce credible financial results that can be utilized even before the audit comes in. It's very much important to also talk about the space around the financial health of the entities or the entities within the portfolio. As I've already spoken about the challenges facing Denel, which has failed to submit financial because of this financial challenge that they're facing. What is important to note, Chair, is that the department, as the shareholder representative, have reported that they are working with Denel to implement a long-term turnaround plan, which requires restructuring of the entity. However, it appears that there are no clear plans to deal with the immediate liquidity challenges that are facing the entity. And as a result, during the financial year, the department had to transfer amount of money amounting to over 30 million rand to Denel to address court challenges that were threatening to liquidate the entity. Sorry about that. And 15.2 million rand of that came from unbudgeted funds. Hence, they had to incur unauthorized expenditure. So the lack of plans to deal with the challenges is what is now causing the department unauthorized expenditure, because they have now to respond to these challenges on an ad hoc basis because it becomes an emergency for them. As we have indicated, SA Express has been liquidated. Just a reminder that this airline was formed to promote frequency of services in what they call low density routes and expand connections between regional small cities and towns. This liquidation has left a gap in that developmental mandate. And we're raising that so that the government can look into this thing to make sure that there's still a measure that can close this gap that has been left by this airline that was pushing that particular development mandate. Mango Airlines is currently grounded. They are undergoing business rescue as has been reported. Again, this is also a gap that has been left in the market, as the entity was formed to close a gap to service a low-cost travelers. And currently, with this entity having been grounded, and we know the challenges faced with ComAir, it meant that also there is this low-cost traveler market has been left with as a gap with and underserviced as well. A development mandate that government needs to look at as well. Government has reported that they are working on various reforms that are aimed at stabilizing the SOEs. Some of them include looking at the value that these SOEs create and how can they be run sustainably. We support those. We support the initiative the government is putting in place to ensure that these entities are turned around and they are run sustainably. However, there's a concern that there's slow progress in defining and implementing these key reforms. Example of those include the shareholder management bill that is yet to be finalized and the funding criteria. And the one funding criteria is important because it creates policy uncertainty. As we speak, like we spoke about general issues as well, it can link to that, as to say, without clarity on what is really the funding criteria of these SOEs that government is committed to work on. These entities sit with that uncertainty that says, I do not know where my next funds will come from, or whether I need to continue, or they'll need to come from my own operation, all those things. And there are elements of the different mandates that sometimes need to be funded by government. There are elements of mandate that need to be funded from their own operations. So that funding criteria is very much important to ensure that it stabilizes these entities. And also there is certainty in the investors as well, because investors, they can only invest in these entities if they are comfortable that these entities are sustainable. I will not dwell too much on this slide. It's just highlighting some findings that we had around non-compliance. And also this one was findings around procurement and contract management. And then around irregular expenditure, it is just to indicate how much has been incurred, noting that for Transnet still remains the biggest contributor of irregular expenditure in the portfolio with 1.1 billion rand. And that is that may not be complete. As I indicated, that the exemption took it out of the space of an audit opinion, hence we're unable to comment on whether it's complete or not. So that 1.1 billion incurred by Transnet may be more than that if we were to do a full-blown audit on it. And also just to indicate that the identification of so much irregular expenditure mean that Transnet need to look into the purpose of the exemption that was granted by the Minister of Finance, which was to give them space to implement effective measures internally within the entity. What is the progress that they've made in that space if they're still incurring so much irregular expenditure? And that's a reflection that the entity that needs to be made by themselves. We're leaving the committee.
Recording stopped.
We are leaving the committee with a few recommendations, Honorable Chair, that there's an urgent need to finalize the implementation of the SOE reforms that have been announced by the government. And that includes the finalization of the shareholder management bill and the SOE funding criteria, which will ensure policy certainty and empower SOEs to deliver on their development mandates. There's also the DPE's annual performance plan needs to be aligned to the MTSF targets. So this is the one we spoke about, that there need to be that reflection. And also they need to be measured to ensure that there's decisive actions against SOEs that have failed to submit financial statements, because this is obstructing accountability and oversight as well. So this is specifically in relation to the entities like Transnet. Chair, I hope I have managed to do justice to the message that we wanted to share with you, but through you, let me allow the committee to engage with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AG. I wanted to, if you have to round up with something first, because honestly speaking, I am sympathetic to the fact that you started after almost 10 past, and if you want to say anything, you can, because you still have 8 or 7 minutes to go.
No, I think maybe let us utilize those few minutes to give more time to the honorable members to engage with us. Thank you.
Oh, so much for your kindness. Honorable members, that is the input or presentation from the Auditor General, and as we normally do, we'll be giving you, honorable members, to engage this presentation from the Auditor General. I have to start with the Honorable Dlamini. If it's ready, Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, colleagues and the department. I think the report is very much clear on the picture that's facing our SOEs. without getting into other issues which may sound like they are political. But I'm a bit concerned, Chair, in terms of the type of teeth that we've given AG as an entity
Recording in
that's supposed
progress.
to be able to guide and monitor how these departments are spending the money as allocated and in line with their APPs. We have a situation where I think it's SAA. They didn't submit their statements, but we have an AG. To what extent does the Auditor-General get to a space where these things are enforced, to force these entities to submit their statements for auditing? Is it something that we need to look into in terms of policy to further capacitate AG, both AG and SCOPA, in fact, because these are public funds? You see, Chair, the report touches on something that I find interesting. SA Express has since been liquidated. And indeed, nature doesn't allow for a vacuum. We've seen some air moving quickly into that space, which was left vacant by SA Express. This then suggests that there's something wrong in our system at the level of public enterprises. Maybe there's too much political interference or something, but as a business, there are lucrative routes that are still there and other people are getting into that space and making money. We must then be able to ask ourselves, why is it difficult for SOEs to make money? Because remember, these are businesses at the end of the day. Maybe there are issues in terms of policy that makes it a bit difficult to compete with other businesses in the market. Is this going to maybe allow for us to correct what is becoming a hindrance in terms of policy, or we are just going to let things as they are? Because very soon you'll find a growing concern and a growing voice that we are running these SOEs down so that they are handed over to the private sector. But the private sector doesn't have as much bureaucracy as we have. Maybe we need to be able at a political level to look into such so that we create an enabling environment for these SOEs to thrive. You see, recently, you'll remember, Chair, during lockdown, Fly SA Fair was the only airline busy throughout the country. But Mango and SAA were not able to do that. And in fact, recently, SA Fair announced that they've been granted licenses to operate 11 new routes in the region. So it means there is business. These SOEs are not failing because there's no business out there. They are failing because of other reasons. Let us zoom into those reasons and then reshape them and correct what's wrong and allow SOEs to compete in the market and be lucrative businesses as they are designed to be. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dlamini. Thank you so much, Honorable Dlamini. Can we go to Honorable Kachalia? Welcome back, Honorable Kachalia.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to be back. Hello to everybody. And thank you for the presentation and in the short space of time, the detail that you were able to go into. My questions are largely going to be at a high level, which extrapolate from the detail that you presented. And I would ask then, given the presentation of the detail, for some opinions which emanate from this, which I'll ask you to offer if you are able to. Now, last year's AGSA report said audit outcomes regressed due to controls over financial performance, management, and compliance. At a high level, is this year any different in material terms? That's an important question because we need to look at the past and see how it's been in the past and how it continues to be in the present. And then we need to derive action from this. Now, secondly, with regard to the financial burden on government via bailouts and guarantees, is there any difference from the previous years? Because this spills over, as you say, into the ability of SOEs to fulfill their mandate. Again, looking back and at the present, is this any worse or better? Thirdly, is there any improvement in the timeliest delivery, well, there hasn't been, of annual financial statements, which affects oversight? And I'd like your opinion, your view on the private members bill, which I presented to effect timeliest delivery of annual financial statements and consequences for non-delivery, because that clearly is a significant issue, as you have highlighted in your presentation. Then, with regard to the increase in irregular expenditure, or any increase in irregular expenditure, which is indicative of no grip on financial malfeasance, do these plus material irregularities and unqualified audits with findings represent any real improvement? If there is any progress in this regard, do you view this rate as acceptable, given that you have highlighted that SOEs are in a poor state of governance, have weak internal controls, unstable leadership, and evince non-compliance with legislature and a lack of consequence management? So that's important. Then, do your findings reflect on the urgency in respect of Eskom, Transnet, Denel, and Alexco in particular, and the burden they place on the fiscus without any visible improvement? Then, how do you view what you have highlighted in terms of the irregularities, procedural and material, in terms of the SAA Takatso deal? What does this foretell, and how can it be managed? And then finally, as AXA has its finger on the pulse of what is at the heart, or much of what is at the heart of South Africa Incorporated, if you like, in respect of accountants and governments. Now, given the past and the present, as I've alluded to and asked questions about, do you have an opinion about the future? It's simple question. Is it positive or negative? And given the accounting data you peruse and analyze, do the serious issues, as highlighted by you, require action that is beyond business as usual? And my question is beyond business as usual, and I think the times require that, particularly given the slow progress that we've had over the years, and that you've alluded to in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kachalia. Honorable Mawoto.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself, the colleagues, and the officials from the AG's office. Let me also welcome the presentation by the AG. Indeed, you are doing a sterling job. Chair, first and foremost, I want to concur with Honorable Dlamini on the sentiments that the failure we see in SOEs could be attributed to the political interference. So I think those are my introductory remarks, that it doesn't make sense that other businesses are prospering, yet our SOEs are not, and yet we share the same market, share the same routes and all that, particularly when you look at the airlines. Now, AG, you presented briefly on you touched briefly on the material irregularities, but you have not given us a list of those irregularities and what has been done. It would have been nice to see the progress that has been done and what is still need to be done. And by when do you anticipate that these issues will be concluded? I do understand that, as you said, some of them could have been taken to review by the employees or whichever means, but it will be nice to get a refresher of what we're talking about when we're looking at these material irregularities. Number two, you correctly indicated that SA Express is gone under liquidation and Mango is undergoing business rescue as we speak. And that due to that, there's a market that is now not being serviced, that would have ordinarily been serviced by SA Express and Mango. Now, my question is, do you sit in other platforms beside this one where you raise this kind of issues to government or to cabinet? Is there any other platform where you have influence on such matters so that you don't see this recurring? And we don't see, because what is going to happen now, if this goes on like this, we are going to find a private sector taking this market, and we'll all be shocked, like we are shocked today that a flight from Joburg to Cape Town is actually 8,000 rand. You spoke about the non-compliance. Also, it's just a brief. You have not given us the details of what are those non-compliance that you attributed to, particularly when it comes to Transnet. What have been done to address this, and measures that are put in place to ensure that this doesn't occur. Your presentation correctly states that there's 1.1 billion rand irregular expenditure at Transnet. Can you please share details on this? I do know that Transnet came to present to us, but I might have missed this one, particularly on the detail of it. And then, yes, correctly, so you are saying there needs to be a finalization of the finding criteria. How far are we, or what timelines are we looking at? When we're discussing with the department, what timelines are you given that they will finalize this finding criteria, because it's very important. And my last one, Chair, is on the alignment of DPE. This was something that we've always been saying, that DPE is not aligned to the SOEs. Their annual performance plan is always completely different from what the SOEs are pursuing or are pushing. So this alignment really needs to happen. And my question to AG is, are you giving a deadline to the department to say, by this date, you should have aligned? Because otherwise we're going to have these two parallel entities, that one is the mother who's supposed to be guiding where the children should go, but the children are doing their own thing and the mother is doing her own thing. So this alignment of DPE annual performance plans is very, very critical to the success of all the SOEs. That will be all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. Can we go to Honorable Piri? Honorable Piri. Okay, Honorable Piri is not responsive. Honorable Piri? I think Honorable Piri must set her, must deal with her reception. We can't get her, but I think She's trying, but he must fix that. Let's go to Honorable Kwangwa. Is Honorable Kwangwa there? Apparently, Honorable Kwangwa is not there. Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Buthelezi of the IFP. He is not there. Going to Honorable Gumede. Honorable Gumede.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Greetings to everyone on the platform, Chair. And I join others in welcoming the presentation. Chair, there is a lot that in fact has been said by the office of the AG. You know, one other interesting thing that I have noticed is that Transnet got the qualification, in fact, the audit results it received. In fact, it says to us it received it by default, which in fact, it's not a good thing for us. We need to look at it very close. I will, Chair, be very much interested on Denel. From the Auditor-General is that there is no clear plan. And I'm a bit worried in the sense that what if, because what it means for Denel to have to be in contravention of the PMFA. We welcome some of the guidance that the Auditor-General has given to Denel. What if those things are not forthcoming? What's the future of Denel in that regard? Perhaps I'll be guided by people that, in fact, will have the understanding. But generally, what I'm getting from the Auditor-General is that it looks as if the basic thing here, not only on Denel, but all other entities, is in fact funding. Which then leads me to my next question. I'll be interested really to find out, the government has pronounced that there will be no financial assistance to all SOEs. And there is a mention that even on the market, especially Denel side, it looks as if there will be no funding or money that may come from perhaps the market. What could be the best option then in this regard? Because one would have expected that they may go for equity partner, but it looks as if we are saying very few people may want to partner with the entities that we have due to perhaps the credibility that the SOEs have. What could be the best option? I'm asking deliberately. This is a question that should be, in fact, I would expect that the department would answer. But I'm just throwing it to the Auditor-General in the sense that if government can't, and for market, it's as well difficult to source any kind of financial assistance. What is the next option in this regard? Let me wait there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gumede. Can we go to Honorable Isaac?
Hi, good morning, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Morning, colleagues. Chairperson, lots has already been said by fellow colleagues that are on the meeting. I just wanted to allude to the fact that, you know, the funding policy remains, the funding criteria obviously remains a huge policy uncertainty, as the AG has alluded to. We're obviously struggling to deliver on our mandates within the SOEs. And the fact remains that we are just not globally competitive. You know, resulting, for example, we have heard now from other colleagues on the Transnet issue, DPE, SAFCOL. My colleague Khalib Kachalia has obviously alluded to questions in a broader spectrum covering the Auditor-General's report. And of course, Denel is a very sore issue with the 15.2 billion rand unauthorized expenditure, which I think we also need to get much more detail on in terms of being able to interrogate, what is exactly transpiring. I mean, after all, we not so long ago had a sale of assets which only realized some 700,000 rand within Denel, which obviously just doesn't make business sense to me in terms of what is really transpiring at Denel, and then continuously asking for bailouts. And then, of course, they remain huge opportunities within Denel, but we're just not tapping our resources. I'm not sure where the problem lies, whether it's within the board, whether it's being dictated too much within the unions, and to what extent, and where do we begin to draw the line to make these SOEs somewhat more globally competitive. Alexco itself has way too much issues, Chairperson. I mean, the issues that transpire between communities at the Richtersveld community, the shareholding agreement, the issues with contractors, the continuous sale of diamonds, below market prices, too many disputes resulting in the fact that Alexco itself, which has huge opportunities, again, just year in, year out, not getting off the ground. I'm not going to touch on the other issues that were just raised by Mr. Gumede, the mango issue, the Takatsu issue within SAA. There remain so many other factors, but I think I'll just stop there for now and not just be repetitive. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Komani, are you there?
Honorable Telezi is there.
Honorable Komani. Is Honorable Komani not there? Okay.
Honorable Telezi is there, Chair.
Okay. Oh. Just hold on there. Okay. Honorable Piri. Honorable Piri. Just unmute yourself, Honorable Piri, and speak. Okay, let's leave Honorable Piri and go back to Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was hearing you when you were calling me, but I don't know what has happened with my gadget here. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Greetings to your good self and my colleagues and AG. I just want to ask one particular question, but I want to repeat what my colleagues have said. AG says Transnet has shown some sort of improvement, but that could not be directly attributed to their improved internal controls, but as a result of some exemptions that were given with regards to some indicators. My question is that should that be allowed, that a department or an entity can ask to be exempted on some indicators? If that is the case, and we're going to see more of this tendency where they request for such with a view to try to improve their outlook, yet effectively that is not the case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Can we go to Honorable Mkwanazi? Honorable Mkwanazi.
Thanks, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible. Good morning to
You
yourself
are.
and good morning to colleagues. Chairperson, I'm largely covered, but I have one particular question to check on the recommendations by AG to say what do they have mechanism to make sure that the department, especially DPE, implement the recommendations by the AG, and to check to say what was the cause of the root cause as they indicated there, and what can in future prevent those root causes. Because for me, Chair, those root causes, for example, leadership did not adequate exercise oversight on financial and performance reporting, that can be avoided. And what is the consequence management on the senior management that cause those root causes, especially, Chair, on the issue of I'm sorry about that, the issue of irregular expenditure that was classified in the appointment of service providers. And the DPE should, I think, should give us more details around that issue, especially on the issue of irregular expenditure. Other than that, Chair, I've been largely covered by my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mkwanazi. Let's go to Honorable Malinga. Malinga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, colleagues in the Portfolio Committee, AGSA, the department, and the committee staff. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentation by the Office of the AG. I only have one question, Chair, because I was in it seems as if the AG always comes to portfolio committees and tell us that the departments did not submit their financial statements according to the reporting framework, of which is in the legislation. I think it's the legislation of PFMA. I think it's section 40, subsection 1B. But we haven't heard of them taking any consequence management on the departments for submitting misstatements. So my question to them is, why are they not doing anything about this? Because year in, year out, they will come to portfolio committees and tell us about misstatements. Maybe if they can clarify that issue, or they don't have, sorry, Honorable Dlamini, I don't think AG has teeth to bite. Because you can't, each and every time you come to the portfolio, you tell us that the department have submitted a misstatement. What are your corrective measures? If they can maybe clarify on that one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Honorable Nimadzinga Shabalala, sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Chair. You called me very well. I appreciate it. Good morning to all the members of parliament and the AG South Africa representatives. I think, Chair, the first thing that I want to check with the AG, it's on the targets of the departments. We would have noticed many targets would not have been achieved. And specifically, I'll just cite two examples. On the program for public enterprises around energy and resources, you would have matters of shareholder compacts that were not signed. A number of those be from Eskom, Alexco, Safcol, and so forth. And you find that this have not been achieved, and including their progress reports. For an example, Safcol's timber dollar reinvestment projects would not have been achieved. And so I want to understand that the shareholder compacts that not signed and not achieved, what we say about such matters, including when you look into transport and defense, you've got those shareholder compacts signed by Transnet, SAA, and Denel, but they've not been achieved. So I want to ask that question, because you would say in your report that in one of your table that there are matters where DPE, for instance, would have set for itself, output indicators in programs that I would have indicated. And of the total annual performance target, the DPE would have achieved 99% rate. But however, the annual performance targets not met in the year under review, and the four shareholder compacts, as I said, for Alexco, Denel, Transnet, SAA, and it would have been argued that DPE annual report of 21-22 financial year, that those shareholder compacts, including Alexco, was not signed. So I wanted to ask that, including the issue of and the review by the newly appointed boards and so forth. So I want to really check with yourself as the AG, what do we say around that? What will be the recommendations and how this matter should be dealt with? Because since we've started our term of office, in the sixth administration, it cannot be correct that we keep on having the same issues over and over about coming on office. These issues, they do impact on the financial, if not performance and so forth, of many areas around operations, so forth. So I want to ask yourself, what will be your recommendations, and have you ever looked into that? The issue of variance as zero as a percentage of final appropriations, you would have seen that the total of that was 0.64%. And this would have been an allocated budget of 39.3 billion in the 21-22 financial year. And by the end of that financial year under review, DPE has only spent 39 billion, or if not 99.4% of the total allocated budget. And this would have resulted, insofar as what we are told, in the under expenditure of 252 million, and that will be accounting to 0.64% of the total allocated budget. So now the question that I want to ask, in all these programs and this under expenditure, and what would have noticed from program one and many other programs, that there's lots of monies that would have experienced that. So I want to ask the AGSA that really the issues of the rationale behind these matters and what would have led to those under expenditure, and for them not being able to spend their budget as they would have wanted the budget. What do we say about that? And what are the factors, if not the corrective measures, recommendations that you would say in looking at? And what is the powers be of the AGSA to really say to us, when these matters are perpetual in the findings of the AGSA, auditor findings, what is it that you can do? We understand you have been given a bit of powers, including what we would have seen as powers of the public and So at what point to really implement those? And have you ever looked into implementing your powers insofar as issues of under expenditure and the facing of these irregular expenditures and so forth? So I want to understand that. Now, you look into the irregular expenditure, like I would have indicated, and how it was classified in terms of your findings as Auditor-General on material deficiencies, including in the appointment of service provider. So I want to check specifically on that issue of SAA. You know, the procurement and contract management, the contract was awarded to a bidder. And this is what we read based on evaluation criteria. And you saying yourselves as AGs that it differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding as required by Treasury regulation in the 16A 6.3 subsection A and B. So I wouldn't know that you would have looked into it as well, what the Treasury would have said and the awarding of that contract. And you indicate to us that internal control deficiencies, you're saying that leadership did not adequately exercise oversight responsibility over financial performance and reporting compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Senior management did not prepare regular, accurate, complete financial and performance information, which resulted to the material adjustment of the financial statement and performance report. So hence my question then becomes that when you noticed, and this is what you come up with, and you tell us that this is the internal controls deficiencies, what assurity and what is the response that you get from the department, if not the commitment? But I want to know your mechanism that you put on that will be able to say your checks and balances, this matter should be able to be resolved, and they should be in a position to tell you how they're going to resolve issues of leadership and that does not adequately exercise oversight responsibility, the senior management monitoring compliance, applicable legislation. I mean, these are financial controls, and we are dealing with this thing of department incurring unauthorized irregular expenditure. So I want to hear from your side as the AGSA appointed by Parliament, what is it that you're doing about such matters? Because we can ask until we are blue, but at the end of the day, there should be something that we're able to hold accountability on the matters. And on the same page, you will also realize that the irregular expenditure amounting to 3 million, it relates to the 972,000 incurred in the previous financial years and the 2 million in the current financial year. And this relates to deficiencies in the appointment, as you would have said, of service provider. I want to know, was there any consequence management done with regards to this irregular expenditure? And what is it that you are saying when you pick it up? That's if you are even picking it up, because I think it's something that I would have wanted to hear explicitly clear from your reports. Perhaps, Chairperson, as I leave it there, I hope that between my high level and Kachalia's high level, and Kachalia will draw lessons. That's how you ask the high level, my friend. Welcome back. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. We have to immediately give to the Auditor General to respond to all those questions. I think, yes, I think let's go to Mr. Ramonda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can I get guidance, Honorable Chair? You had indicated that the time is very much limited. How much time do I have to respond to the questions, Chair?
In the light of this damage that is already there, I will give you 15 minutes from now, because I don't have a choice. You have to go through all these questions.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, there's a number of questions, but there are some common themes that are coming up. And I will first attempt to respond to them on the common themes, and then also try to attend to some specific questions that are not within the common themes that I need to deal with. The first theme is about AG has been reporting about all these weaknesses that we report about for some time. What do we do about it? And it did include the irregularity that we report, the non-compliances, the weaknesses in the internal controls, and the failure to submit financial statements. What do we do about it? That is why we start the presentation about with the accountability ecosystem, Honorable Chair. Because it's not only about what does the AG do about it, it's about those who we report these findings to, including the department and also Parliament. What do they do with this information that we give them to enhance their oversight function? From our side, for as much as we have been granted additional powers through the material irregularities, there are specific things that we can use those powers for. And there are additional things, some things that are outside of those powers, which they need to be dealt with in accordance with the accountability ecosystem. The PFMA and its related regulations is clear in terms of when there's an allegation of wrongdoing, when there's an allegation of financial misconduct, when there are witness internal controls, what must be done about it? And that power sits with the accounting office and the accounting authority. Then the question becomes to those accounting authorities to say, AG has been telling you these things and they're repeating themselves over and over again. What are you doing about it? Can you get a report on that? What have you done about it? That is when it's accountability, and that's when we're strengthening the accountability ecosystem. So if we are going to leave it to say, AG, you are saying this thing and we're expecting you to solve them. We're actually saying the AG must be the player and the referee. And then the issue of separation of powers dies in that moment. So we therefore need to appreciate the message that's coming from the AGSA, that we have this institution that is highlighting all these weaknesses. And why are these weaknesses being highlighted over and over again? And what are these institutions doing about this thing? And then we need to hold accountable the accounting officers and the accounting authorities of these institutions and the other law enforcement bodies that are supposed to pick up on these weaknesses and see what they do about them. Issues of submission statements, you have got the CIPC that's supposed to monitor those things and issue those complaints to those organizations. What are they doing about it? Because this is a direct contravention of the Companies Act, which is their mandate to oversee and ensure that they enforce complaint with that. They need to do something about it, and they must be asked. CIPC did not support submitting statements. What are you doing about it? Because their company registered with you. There's also a concern around the weaknesses that we're still reporting around Transnet to say their improvement is not necessarily a direct correlation of, so the outcome improvement is not as a result of improvement in controls. And we are deliberately raising that message because we do not want Transnet board and management to relax and say, we have managed to shift from a qualified audit opinion to unqualified. They need to appreciate why the minister gave them that exemption, and they need to make sure that in their operations, they've got effective measures that they're putting in place, including plans and the targets, and including the milestones of how are we going to ensure that when that exemption expires in 3 years, our internal control environment has matured to a point where this qualification that we had previously will never come back again. And that's why we're raising this issue and we'll continue to raise it again. The question on whether the minister is allowed to do so, that is allowed in terms of the Companies Act, not the Companies Act, the Public Finance Management Act, the PFMA. It gives the minister the power to exempt an organ of state from particular provision of the PFMA. He needs to publish that through a gazette, and which was done. However, if there is a concern that says, can this be abused, or could the other institutions just ask for this thing going forward? That's where Parliament comes in overseeing the minister's exercising of his mandate or his role or his powers to say, is there an element of abuse? And that's when, if these things are coming, multiple of them, Parliament has the power to ask the minister, all this exemption that you are granting, what is the basis thereof, and are they justifiable? From our side, we will only look at the compliance. Was it approved by the minister? Was it in the published in the Gazette? That's all we can look at. In terms of the basis and all those things, it is his discretion to grant those exemptions. Honorable Katalia asked a number of questions that are also asking about, some of them is asking about our views on the private members bill. Honorable Katalia, that is a policy document, right? And it's a document that needs to go through parliament and then government adoption and all those things. It's a policy setting process that the auditors are not allowed to be part of. Therefore, we do not have a view on that particular bill. So we are not supposed to be part of setting policy processes, also setting up policies. So we don't have a view on that one. And also the question that you asked about, do you have an opinion about the future? Unfortunately, an audit process is informed by facts, evidence, and historical information. Yes, it can help us to have an indication in terms of what are the risks that are facing government based on what we have looked at this historical information. But those risks, we look at them in the context of what is in our space as auditors that we need to look at. To have a view in terms of how does the future look like, is it gloom, is it bright? We don't necessarily have such a view or have the capacity to express such a view or even develop such a view. However, we have raised some of the weaknesses which we have reported in this particular report that we're tabling today. And those weaknesses then need to inform what is the AGSA saying about this risk, because these are weaknesses that we're highlighting. They're also telling a picture about if they are not addressed, we are looking at a future that is not going to be so good. So that is from that context that our views about the future need to be looked from. It's about, we have looked at historical information in the conduct of government, and that conduct is telling us if it is not addressed, the future is not going to be that bright. That is how we put it. So I just need to, there's a number of questions. There are a few that have marked which relate to us, and I see that there are quite a number of them that need to be added to the department and the entities as they engage with the portfolio committee, including the questions about why are businesses or SOEs not lucrative businesses, and also the questions about what is the response from the department when we talk to them about these weaknesses, including the issues of misalignment, including the question that was asked about what are the timelines for them to fix the misalignment between the performance report and performance plan and the government strategic initiatives. However, what we need to indicate there for us is not just necessarily about the timelines, but it's about an exercise that needs to be undertaken, starting with the department, also through the portfolio committee as well, to say, the department tables their annual performance plan on an annual basis with this committee for approval. And when that performance plan is being tabled for approval, it is therefore upon this committee to ask these questions about the misalignment between the targets that the department are setting and the strategic objectives of government, or the weaknesses that we're seeing with the SOE portfolio. So the advice that we are leaving with Parliament Committee is about looking at these things at the time when the department is busy tabling their performance plan, and ask this question, say, what exercise have you done to ensure that there is this particular alignment that is in the space? We are available to the department, we have done so before, to review their annual performance plan before it is tabled. We call it an interim review of annual performance plan. The challenge with the one that they are working with now, which is the 22-23 annual performance plan, the one that has been adopted, we couldn't review it. We reviewed the plan, they changed it on the last minute, and what was tabled was totally different from what we reviewed. So there's no, we don't have an assurance that we can give around the new plan that they have now. But we are encouraging the department to work with us going forward, that we avail ourselves to review this plan and have a commentary. Our commentary shouldn't only be the only thing that they look at, but should be one of the sources of information that they use in terms of making sure that they have plans that are credible, and they are going to help them to really address the issues that are facing their SOEs. There was a question about the timing of the funding criteria, and also I think that question was linked with the government stance that they don't want to issue bailouts anymore. Honorable Chair, we are not in any way saying there must be bailouts to the SOEs. we are commenting on what government has said. Government through the State of the Nation address and also through the Minister of Finance budget speech, they do make pronouncement that this is what they plan to do. They pronounce that they plan to have a SOE funding criteria. And they are therefore saying that which you have pronounced that you are going to do is delayed. And the delays is causing, these delays are causing policy uncertainty, and it therefore damages the ability of these entities to secure themselves and be sustainable without any certainty. Because one just needs to know, will I get money or will I not get money? That is the certainty that needs to that needs to be there. And then investors need to know what type of support does this entity have from government. That's when, if they know that there is no support or there's support, they know what type of investment decision they need to make because there is certainty on that particular policy. Without certainty, you are not going to go far with this particular SOEs. Honorable Chair, let me pause here in the response, noting that I did not deal with the questions one by one, but I tried to deal with them high level. There were questions also about the details of the regular expenditure that has been incurred. There were questions about the material irregularities that were reported. I think what is important, let me just deal with that one of the material irregularities. These are the same irregularities that were reported in the previous financial year or the previous audit. What we're doing here, we're just highlighting the status. How far are these institutions in dealing with this one? And I just want to maybe spend just a minute on this one. The Transnet one, there was an irregularity that we reported that the contract for lease of heavy duty plant and equipment was awarded through using a criteria that was not aligned to the PPF Act. So the awarding of those points in that there is a problem. The status is that the Country Authority has responded to that MI. They have investigated and they are currently in the process of taking appropriate action. By that we mean they are currently in the process of disciplining employees. That's why we know that the disciplinary process are taking longer because of the counter appeals that the employees are lodging within their process and within their rights. It's the same status with the second one, still with Transnet, and still with regard to the contravention of the PPF Act. With SAFCOL, this one was related to a penalty that SAFCOL had to pay to SARS for underestimation of their provisional tax. And the reason this one is an immaterial is because it's a loss to the entity. You employ people who are qualified in companies that they can help you as an entity to make sure that all things that are due to be paid to service providers and also SARS, they are properly paid and what is due. In this case, they underestimated, and the SARS gave them a penalty, a huge penalty, and they had to, now we issued the material irregularity, they investigated it, and they've given us a report of that, and we're still looking at the report, what does it say, and whether the outcome are aligned with the irregularity, are they sufficient or appropriate to respond to the irregularity. Most of the other information, Chair, I think the committee can get this information from the department and the affected entities, but we are also available, Chair, to say, if there's other specific information that the committee would want from us that can assist the committee in the oversight function and also in the preparation of the budget review report. Please do indicate to us. We can put together that information and then send it through the committee, through the AG's office. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Auditor-General Phumlani, Rabonda. I think you have captured all these questions that and the comments that were made. We really appreciated your assistance in this regard as the AG. The members, if they have any other matter or perhaps there is any other issue that you think you didn't substantially explain, you are welcome to write them down and forward to Mr. Muchumi Tisang so that the members can get those issues they have they are not comfortable with their response, or perhaps they think that they have not properly articulated. I think Mr. Muchumi will help us there. Let's move, honorable members, and ask the Auditor General to leave if they so wish. We have finished with them now. We go to the second presentation or briefing by the Financial and Fiscal Commission on their observation and findings in relation to state-owned companies reporting to the Department of Public Enterprises. We will be giving them another 30 minutes, hoping by that time they will be done, so that we get an opportunity to engage that presentation. Unfortunately, I didn't pick up the name now of the person who will be doing that particular work. Let's give the FFC an opportunity to make their presentation, honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I can be allowed to share the presentation.
Yes, I've just made you a co-host. You should be able to do that now.
All right.
Just apologies, Sana, just hang on. May I greet the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee. My name is Chen Tseng. I'm the head of research of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. I'd just like to introduce our commissioner, Commissioner Kabulane, or on the platform as spelled Mochichoko. If she's the commission that is leading the delegation today. We are just a technical team. So if I may give Commissioner a chance to speak before we go into the presentation, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we get to the who's making, is it Sianda, Jonas, or who is actually making the presentation?
It will be Sianda, Chair, but I am Commissioner Khabutlane. I'm leading the delegation.
Okay. Thank you, Madam. Yes. Welcome to the Public Enterprise Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. First, let me apologize for the absence of our Chairperson, Dr. Mbamba. She could not join the meeting due to prior engagements. And Honorable Chair and members, thank you for allowing the FFC the opportunity to make this presentation. And with your permission, Chair, I shall hand over to the team, the technical team as led by Mr. Chen Tseng, and Sianda will take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Sianda?
I seem to be struggling with sharing the presentation on my side. I don't know, Chen, can you be able to assist on your side?
Been made a co-host.
Can you assist with making Chen the co-host? And I think you'll assist from my side, from his side, in terms of sharing the presentation. I'm struggling a bit.
Okay, Chen is also a co-host.
Okay, that's better now. I think we are winning. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Chen. We are, I think, as Chen has already alluded, that we are the FFC and we're making this presentation. And the presentation, you can go to the outline of the presentation, Chen. So the presentation will start, of course, with the introduction, and we'll go to the departmental analysis. And from the departmental analysis, we'll then go to entities and share some of the challenges before we go to the concluding remarks. Next slide. So I think, as we all are aware, that state-owned enterprises have been playing an important role in the South African economy. They are important vehicles for addressing market failures and for delivering key infrastructure services such as energy, transport, and water services. However, we know that they have not been performing well or in executing their mandates, and have therefore not contributed to the economic growth as been expected. And the performance has been largely, in some instances, been declining largely because of corruption, mismanagement, and technical inefficiencies. And all of these pose a greater risk to the government in terms of the fiscus, and also affect the economy adversely. Next slide. Next slide. And in terms of the programs that you find within the Department of Public Enterprise, there are three key programs that you find is administration, and which is program 1, and then program 2, you have state-owned companies, governance, assurance, and performance. And in program 3, you have business enhancement and transformation and industrialization. And all of these have sub-programs within them, but we'll mainly look at the programs. Next slide. And what we see here, we see that program 3 actually accounts for approximately 90% of the total expenditure of the department. And what we see also is that in 2020 to in the financial year 2022/23, it almost accounted for 99% of total expenditure. So this is a dominant program for the department, and we see that as you go into the medium-term expenditure framework, it is expected to decline. And what, next slide. I'm trying to move as quick. And what we see also in terms, when we look at the proportion of expenditure by economic classifications, we see that financial payment of financial assets is one of the dominant programs which dominates the budget. And but in the medium term expenditure framework, it is expected that you'd see current payments becoming one of the dominant expenditure items insofar as economic classification is concerned. And we see that also what is expected in there is that current payments over the medium term, what will be driving it is increases in compensation as the department strives to fill vacancies that are vacancies which are not filled at the moment. Next slide. And then here, Chair, we look at the annual nominal growth rates by program. And what we see that the annual growth rate of program 3 is estimated to decrease by 53.4% in the 2021/22 financial year, and further decrease by 34.3% in 2022/23. And one of the things that we should note in this program is that in this program, one of the sub-programs which are there is energy resources, and energy resources has Eskom within it. And the increase, if you look at the table below, the increases in terms of its expenditure reflects also the impact that the energy crisis is having in terms of the fiscus. So addressing the issues or the energy crisis or the challenges that face Eskom is important insofar as making sure that finances or the public finances are on a sustainable path. Next slide. Again, here we look at the annual nominal growth rates, but we look at them insofar as economic classifications are concerned. And you see that if you look at the table below, you see that there was an exponential increase in terms of expenditure on payments of financial assets in 2018-19, and this was due because of equity purchase, this was due or because of additional expenses that were allocated to SA Express. And this again indicates, this was allocated in terms of government guarantees, but this also indicates the manner in which if SOEs are not functioning optimally, the pressure that they put on the fiscus. And we also see that when you look at the growth in payments of financial assets, again, in 2019-20, there's an amount there which is included of 26 billion, which was tabled in the special appropriation bill to assist Eskom with its financial obligations, again, underscoring that point that we're trying to make around the burden that the burden of non-functioning or non-performing state-owned enterprises. Next slide. I'm trying to keep the time. And then here, Chair, we look at the personnel numbers and cost. And what we see is that between 2021 and 22 and 24 and 25, personnel numbers for levels 11 to 16 are expected to increase. And the expected growth is said to be critical to improve operational and administrative capacity of the department. But we also know that there's been a pressure on the expenditure item of compensation of employees. So while there are these increases, this needs to be balanced between the budget that is available and also ensuring that operational efficiency is achieved. And we also see that, okay, I'll hand over to Tando here, trying to keep with the time again, Chair, to continue with the entities, looking at the entities. Tando, over to you.
Thanks, Ziyanda. Good morning, Chair, and honorable members and colleagues that are present on the platform. I'll be taking you through our analysis in as far as the entities are concerned. We looked at the two major ones, which was Eskom and Transnet. But Chair, we start our analysis by looking at the government guarantees and exposure to SOEs. So what we want to bring to your attention is that government guarantees to SOEs are high, and they constitute a fiscal risk in the form of contingent liabilities. So for instance, in 2021, total government guarantee to SOEs amounted to approximately 16% of GDP, which is very, very high. So the table in this slide shows that the total guarantees to all SOEs increased from 12.2% of GDP in 2019-20 to 12.4% in 2021-22. So what is worth noting is that Eskom represents the biggest government contingent liability through debt guarantee. What we see from this table is that Eskom government guarantee increased from 6.2% of GDP in 2019-20 to 6.3% in 2021. Next slide. So on this slide, we're looking at contingent liabilities and government guarantees to SOEs. And what we want honorable members to note is that the government debt outlook remains challenging because of the growing materialization of contingent liabilities from SOEs. Contingent liabilities averaged 15.1% of GDP in the 5 years that preceded the COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, and they reached 20.3% of GDP in 2020-21, mainly due to the persistent SOE cash deficits and other difficulties that they faced, particularly difficulties as they relate to their borrowing. So the figure on this slide shows that the total contingent liabilities amounted to 195 billion, representing 32% of contingent liabilities. Contingent liabilities are projected to reach 1.1 trillion in 2021, of which 569 billion will be government guarantee to SOEs, accounting for more than half of the total contingent liabilities, which is about 53%. And again, we see that that's a very high margin, or more than half at 53%. So Contingent liabilities remain high over the medium-term period as well. In 2024-25, contingent liabilities are projected to increase to 1.2 trillion, and more than 40% will be government guarantees to SOEs. What's worth noting is that if the remaining SOE guarantee materialize, government debt will increase, posing a risk to the fiscus and indirect risk to the economy emanating from low investor confidence and high borrowing costs. Next slide. So on this slide, we're looking at debt maturity, the debt maturity profile of major SOEs. What we note is that the maturity of SOE's debt presents a substantial risk to the fiscus. The figure on this slide shows that the SOE debt repayment will peak at 24 billion in 2025-26, of which government guarantees 70% or 4 billion. In 26-27, debt repayment by SOEs will amount to 16 billion, of which more than half, which is 55%, will be guaranteed by government, reflecting an increasing government exposure to SOEs debt. So the poor financial health of SOEs means that their debt will require refinancing. And if refinancing of this debt is not possible, what it means is that government is obligated to make available the guarantees, thus impacting the already precarious public finances. Next slide. So on this slide, we're looking at basically the performance of Eskom. And so there are a number of points to note when it comes to the financial performance of Eskom. The first point being that Eskom financial performance is weak. We've conducted the financial analysis, the analysis of the financial ratios of Eskom, and they reflect a weak performance as the probability and the solvency ratio are deteriorating. For instance, the earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, what is popularly known as EBITDA margin for Eskom, which measures the profitability, declined from 25.57% in 2018 to 16.06% in 2021, implying that Eskom's operating costs are very high compared to the total revenue. So this figure, in this slide show that Eskom's net assets value have decelerated between 2017 and 2019. The net loss increased from 2.3 billion in 2018 to 20.9 billion in 2019. It remained high at 20.5 billion in 2020 before marginally declining to 18.934 billion in 2021. What is also worth noting, Chairperson and honorable members, is that Eskom's operating performance is also weak. Eskom's electricity available factor, which measures the total actual energy output of an electricity generating device, has significantly decelerated from 82% in 2012 to 64.2% in 2021. The unplanned capability loss factor, which measures the time generation units were taken off for unplanned outages, also increased substantially from 8% in 2012 to 20% in 2021. Load shedding, we see also that it has intensified between 2007 and June 2022. The cumulative hours of load shedding amounted to 5,328 hours, which is equivalent to 216 days of electricity outages. So load shedding, we see that while it was initially implemented sporadically, it has increased annually since 2018. The cumulative hours of load shedding in the first 7 months of 2022 have surpassed the 2021 total. Next slide. So we're looking now at the financial performance of Transnet. We see that, as shown in this figure, that Transnet has posted a net loss of 8.4 billion in 2021 before making a profit of 5 billion in 2022. Also, Transnet's net value decreased from 143 million to 129 million between 2017 and 2022. So what we see is that also is that the financial health of Transnet, as measured by the key financial ratios, also reflects weak financial performance. What is also worth noting is that Transnet operation performance is also weak. For instance, the general freight volumes decelerated by 21.72% from 63.4 megaton conveyed by rail in 2021 to 80.99 megatons in 2020. So this shows that even the operational performance of Transnet is weak. What is important to note is that the reason why the operational performance is weak is, of course, to some extent related to the effect of COVID-19, but the underperformance also relates to Transnet operational glitches, including the derailment occurrences and escalating or theft and vandalism in incidences across all corridors, locomotive malfunctioning, reliability matters, speed limitation within the network, and tipler and offloading impediments at several ports. So we see that Transnet is also facing a number of operational challenges when it comes to its performance. Next slide. So this slide, we're looking at the challenges of SOEs. What comes out clearly from the analysis is that the poor financial performance of SOEs and reliance on government support adversely affect public finances and sovereign credit ratings. South Africa's sovereign credit rating downgrades in the main were attributed to unsustainable government expenditure commitments linked to counter-cyclical fiscal policy stance and multiple requests from SOEs. So the challenges of SOEs have resulted in poor service delivery, poor financial management, less growth, massive unemployment, corruption, and low business confidence. The financial distress of SOEs also impacts fiscal outcomes indirectly through their links to the rest of the economy. What we see also is that corruption, mismanagement, and technical inefficiencies have become a defining feature of SOEs. And then SOEs governments also suffers from ineffective boards and a high turnover of senior executive. And lastly, mandatory board training, we think, is required to ensure that boards understand and effectively carry out their roles and responsibilities. Next slide. So this is our last slide, Chairperson. It's we're concluding by making a number of points. The first being that state-owned enterprises play an important role in the South African economy. Since 1994, SOEs have been a significant vehicle for achieving economic growth and poverty reduction. So their strengthening and their performance, therefore, is key to the developmental state agenda. And what we're saying is that improving governance frameworks and practices is also critical to achieving better SOE performance and realizing their broad goals of infrastructure development and economic growth. Also important is that governance and other reforms are critical in improving SOE performance, competitiveness, increasing their financial stability through access to new sources of capital, and achieving higher levels of transparency and accountability. So lastly, Chairperson, we just highlight reforms that we think will be effective in turning around these institutions. So we list here improving the legal and regulatory framework for SOEs governance, the strengthening of state's role as the owner and shareholder, professionalizing SOEs, boards and management, promoting the financial sustainability of SOEs, and enhancing the transparency and accountability of SOEs. Chairperson, this is the end of our presentation. I'll hand over to our management to wrap up our presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Jonas, do you still want to say something?
No, Chairperson. Commissioner Muchoko would say something in conclusion.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. That is then our presentation. We tried as much as possible to highlight all the salient points from the presentation without wasting the committee's precious time. I shall then hand over back to you for a Q&A, and the different members of the technical team will assist with the various questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable members, that is the presentation. Let us engage the presentation from the FFC, starting with you, Honorable Mkwanazi. Honorable Mkwanazi. Honorable Mkwanazi is not there. She reported her challenge anyway. Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Chair. Again, we'll welcome the report. One must say that it's quite interesting to note what the report says about ESCOM. More especially when the report breaks it down to hours that we've experienced of load shedding, which is almost equals to 2 months of no electricity over a period. That's interesting on two fronts, Chair, in that when you look at generally our electricity bill, it has not reflected the 2 months outage that the report is talking about. Two, it's also worth noting that the situation has progressively deteriorated at ESCOM over the years, more especially after 2017, if I understood the report correctly. But what sort of changes are we prepared to make as DPE to try and perhaps resolve the situation? One would not be surprised of the challenges that the report is making reference to, more especially at ESCOM, when one would remember, of course, that the current CEO went as far as saying ESCOM is a dead horse. And it then begs a question, what are we doing about ESCOM to try and turn the situation around? And the report is almost gravitating towards addressing an issue of who really benefits out of this load shedding, because it's a crisis, but we seem to be spending more for less benefit. Thanks, Chair.
Dlamini. Honorable Kajalia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the upward trend in government guarantees and contingent liabilities to very high levels is worrying. And government is an insurer of the last resort, usually operating in domains such as flood risk, support to small business, and other key areas. But this is skewed here by our SOEs, the demands made by our SOEs, and represents a moral, operational, and financial hazard, which is clear, and that's come to bear, and we see it every day. It has not been managed carefully. Now, given the increased demand and calls in this area from SOEs, with gross borrowing requirements increasing in 2020 and 2021 by a significant amount, going up to 618.3 billion, this raises the sovereign risk. Now, surely, given the big calls made by our SOEs in this regard, that impacts this, the question is, when can we expect the gross debt to to stabilize? And if so, when? Because we cannot continue at this pace exponentially. It will impact us in ways that we haven't even dreamt of. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasharia. Honorable Mawato. Honorable Mawato. Honorable Mawato, are you still there? Okay. Seemingly, Honorable Mawato is no longer in the platform. Honorable Kwangwa was not there, and I think he's still not there. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I do not have much to say because for the greater part of the presentation, I was out of the system because of connectivity problems. But I want to really appreciate the presentation by FC, particularly the man have pointed out to the challenges that are faced by the SOEs, which are the real problems, because it does not matter whatever we try, if we do not actually deal decisively with these challenges that they've pointed, we can never expect to see any change with regards to these SOEs. The only thing that I would have loved them to explain further, if possible, what exactly do they mean by what they are proposing as the reforms that needs to be done when they speak to promoting the professionalizing SOEs board and management, because that to me is a very big term which suggests something that I don't want to actually think that it is, to say, does this mean all these boards and the management of SOEs are acting in a manner that is unprofessional at all? And how can that be? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Going back to Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, if I'm audible enough. Yes, Chairperson, the report. Sorry, Chair.
I'm saying you are audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Chairperson, yes, the report is actually somewhat frightening in that, you know, for me, if I look at slide 14, the issue at hand is that the situation is becoming untenable, and again, you know, if you look at the contingent liabilities, which seems to be really going from bad to worse, and the question arises is, what are we as the committee that are interrogating these reports going to come up with in a more concrete, in concrete terms and recommendations? Because all said and done, the situation cannot carry on at this rate. I mean, there's some real damning stuff here, and one has to really take cognizance, you know, with ESCOM that is showing some ridiculous net loss of nearly 21 billion rand in a short turnaround. Well, Transnet has been alluded to so many times. I'm not going to go there. But the last slide, of course, I think sums up the crux of the matter. And if you look at corruption and mismanagement, in the inefficiencies, my colleague just alluded to ineffective boards. And this has been going on year in and year out. So I want to strongly suggest that as a committee, we begin to look at what are we, you know, well, rather, what is so very damning and wrong with our SOEs when compared to other countries similar size to us who are somewhat much more effective. So perhaps we need to do some more effective oversight and find and come up with some concrete suggestions because we cannot just go on this way. It's having huge social impact across the economy and society as a whole. That's all I'll just want to say for now. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Kumede. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and thanks for the presentation. Chair, I'm interested to know how often is such a presentation given to the committee? I'm saying that it can be of a very useful nature in terms of the analysis of perhaps the expenditures when it comes to the SOEs. But my interest, Chair, today will be on government guarantees. Can they be open to abuse? Because in the summary there, I've picked up that the government guarantees, they do have an impact on the fiscus, right? And I begin to ask a question that the appropriations versus guarantees, isn't that a kind of a situation which in fact will be the double dipping, because you get the guarantees on one hand as well as you are getting you get allocated funding, and then you use your allocation the way you want to, because you know that you will in fact be covered. So that's where my interest is, that isn't these guarantees the way of double dipping the financial allocation to whether the entities, yes, or the SOEs. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that is Honorable Kumede. Honorable Komani is still not there. Let's go to Honorable Malinga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation. Chairperson, my question is, has the FFCs presented this to the departments, not only public enterprise, but all the departments that have SOEs? Or are they paying particular interest on the SOEs that are within public enterprises, Chair? Chairperson, I did not hear them maybe advising on which law to strengthen, because there's every law as legislators that we have put there to prevent mismanagement, corruption, fraud. There's every legislation. Is there any new method that could be used to curb the corruption and fraud and mismanagement of these SOEs? Chairperson, I also want to concur with Honorable Kumede on the issue of allocation and guarantors, government guarantors, that seemingly it's like double dipping. What is their take on that one, Chair? If maybe I could be clarified on those, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Malinga. Honorable Shabalala.
And Honorable Chairperson, Chair, let me welcome the presentation of FFC. I'll be very, very brief. Sorry to disappoint you. I want to ask a question around public-private partnerships. They are mostly considered a solution to the improving the financial and operational performances of SOEs, but the share of such partnership is very low. Now, that's my concern. So I want to really ask that the question then, how will the financially struggling SOE survive, considering that they are already a burden on the fiscus and that this private capital is not forthcoming, and there's a reality to really assist and envisage in the ERP. And moreover, what is the Fiscal and Financial Commission's recommendations insofar as financing the financially struggling SOEs is concerned in light of the government, fiscal constraints, as I said, and the absence of this private capital? So I really hope that you captured my question really and around this issue of the private partnership and public-private partnership. And I want to hear really what is it that you have to say about it, and what do you think to be the enforcement insofar as legislative? We would have put laws, but we want to understand because ERP is very clear, but I want to ask the question, if we can get your response, please. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shabalala. Before I give you to FFC, I just want to check with them as to what exactly is the financial advice they give to these entities, taking from the last point raised by Honorable Shabalala on the private-public partnership. But I'm also worried about the lack of public-public partnership. These entities, some of their clients are other public entities. For example, Denel supposed to benefit substantially from the state through the SAPS, SANDF, and so on. And when we make our oversight work there, we picked up that Denel cannot even get an offer from both these entities just to buy bullets. They are importing bullets from other companies, even outside the country, leaving Denel, including its workers, abandoned, not doing anything. And partly part of, because I know we always use, and it's becoming irritating at times, while we appreciate that there has been a lot of corruption in Denel, including state capture. But that now, there is a tendency now of using that as the only problem, and forgot that centrally to the state capture is private interest. Those who are bribing workers to, the officials to order from companies that do kickbacks for them. Now, how do we enforce without undermining the the PFMA, that these companies must say, PFMA is not supposed to be a weapon to destroy our own state entities. And then we cry foul because PFMA is also used to pursue corruption. Therefore, I'm saying, because there are within PFMA an appreciation that one, for a certain reason, can use other mechanism in order to advance national interest. Now, in this instance, therefore, what kind of an advice FFC is doing in order to improve the financial status of these entities? Or you just pick up all the irregularities and then you leave them? Because central to this is this problem of public-public partnership that is not really taken as a serious matter. Why do we have state-owned entities while we cannot be clients of those state ourselves? You know, the relationship between Denel and the Transnet could help us to diversify and pursue other kind of, for example, at the Denel, they can diversify and do ambulances. I'm making an example. And those ambulances can help us in terms of improving service delivery in our health system. You know, I'm just checking, to what extent are you looking at those problems, trying to resolve those issues? I thank you. I will give to the commissioner and her people to respond now.
Thank you, Chair. I've noted about 8 to 9 questions. I will answer to the Honorable Buthelezi the question that he asked about our recommendation of professionalizing SOEs, the boards and management thereof. I think the presentation by the AGSA covered this recommendation beautifully because they indicated that the root cause of most of the problems is lack of consequence management. And if the leadership of the SOEs is not emphatic about implementing consequence management, we're forever going to sit with a problem of financial leaks in terms of irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, as well as unauthorized expenditure. Therefore, our recommendation, Honorable Buthelezi, is based on the fact that there is no consequence management and there is no leadership drive to enforce the consequence management. With your permission, Chair, I shall ask the rest of the technical team to respond to the questions briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members, for the very interesting questions. I want to jump straight into specifically and to also supplement what my commissioner has said. Apart from the consequence management, I think, and the various members have already asked more poignantly about what law, how enforcement, what does it mean, reforms. I think, and this is from the perspective as a researcher who's been looking at all these financials. Couple of points, but the first one is really this issue of procurement. I think, and why we're mentioning, well, I mean, we've spoken a lot about the issues that have resulted in the financial non-sustainability, the deficiencies as an institutions, as inherent and core, indeed, as honorable member raised, the core deficiencies within these SOCs. And I think with regards to this procurement is, there has been perhaps a mistake done in past, especially around, I think, at the dawn of the sort of 2010 onwards, where these procurement prescripts came onto the scene, and it inadvertently made the space of public sector and these corporations, its activities incredibly complicated in pursuit of this the competitive markets and transparency and all the very good principles that's in pursuit. But when it comes to implementation, I think it shouldn't be missed that that is when this whole corruption and a lot of these procurements and supply chain management issues and all sorts of collusions, and obviously that resulted in today what we know as state capture. And so I think at that point of the procurement prescript came onto the scene, it had inadvertently shifted, shall I say, the responsibilities and the expertise of activities within these SOCs from engineers, from the technicians, from the people that are actually on the ground to a room full of financiers. There is and to procurement officers, and then now where we are now as a country, we are now wondering why these procurement officers are not equipped to spot and identify poor quality contracts. And I think years of this is what has led to now in the question about why is there no PPP and a private-public partnership, is that with this sort of mess of corruption and fruitless and wasteful and inefficiencies within public sector, and within the SOCs, it's a difficult work, therefore, to convince private partnership to partner with you as government. With that, I would also like to jump onto the issue, because I think in all fairness, it shouldn't be seen that it's a South African only problem. If we look around the world, both advanced and developing countries and economies, they're all struggling with the similar issue. And especially I can give two very important and big examples. One is in England in recent years. You'll remember there was one time that an SOE of the British government failed, and so badly that they had to issue special plane tickets for them to for their citizens to return. And also in China, we call it Hengda, but the English name is the Evergrande or Evergrande, that is also facing imminent failures, financial failures in their especially real estate credits and mortgages accounts. So much so that it's impacting the cash liquidity flows of the economy. And these are all big examples of how SOEs and SOCs could fail. And ultimately, from an economic point of view, it's about vested interest and also the incentive. And I think this is where I want to jump into the financial incentives, because the question has been said about whether there has been double dipping. There has been the issues of these guarantees that's supposed to be, as Honorable Kachalia has said, supposed to be of last resort, a guarantee of last resort, and not sort of a yearly commitment. A couple of points there, actually. One is that FFC, we have done multiple times since 2015-16, when we first made submissions to various committees regarding the issue of these guarantees, that it should not be an automatic expectation of the SOCs to just receive these guarantees, and that it should not be. And also later on in 2018-19, we specifically said, and remember this was when the time of special appropriations, many of them came, that we said that all these guarantees should be conditionalized on performance of SOCs. And further to that is the issue of there are a couple of issues I want to raise there. One is that may the committee be wary of these transfers between entities as well, how they cover each other. For example, GEPF on the ESCOM debt, and also various other entities that I guess in some sense, one could see it, perceive it as a public-public partnership, but in essence, it's essentially with these transfers and these sort of investments, to put it euphemistically, is essentially making it bigger. That how they cover for each other's risks, and unfortunately, and when times are bad, it's for failures. And so last point regarding this financial incentives and management thereof is this issue of gross debt. When will this stabilize? They made the committee note that in the budget, actually, Treasury doesn't report on the full picture of the debt, and especially the issue of how government guarantees affect debt, because these guarantees are not yet issued until it's exposed, and the exposures generally come to the end of the financial year. That's why we always see that in the budget report, we see this sort of 60%, 70% debt to GDP, but then wondering why suddenly this huge sort of increase to the debt generally at the end of the financial year, because of these exposures, guarantees to exposures, as well as earlier my colleague Tando has shown that maturity schedule of redemption, that schedule is amendable, but you can only amend it to insofar as your credibility allows you to rearrange and push the redemptions later into the into the future. And in terms of reporting, Chair, I think we to the SOCs and departments, FFC's mandates is actually, to put it simply, is that we are advisors to yourself, to the Parliament, and in that vein, I would suggest, and my advice would be that this committee partner up with the committees on appropriations, the finance committees, as it does play a huge role in terms of deciding on the money bills, as well as the issues of these double dipping and also the financial incentives thereof. Sometimes we are in terms of public sector and public finance management, there's only so much that actually money can do. And I think from looking at the data, it has pretty much almost exhausted its effectiveness. Now it's a real problem in terms of operations, operational issues, processes, internal controls within these SOCs, and to fixing them, as my commissioner said, takes resolve at the management and the board level of these SOCs. Thank you, Chair, and back to yourself.
Okay, is there any other person among yourself who want to also add something?
Chair, if you're referring to the FFC, we're covered. Thank you. We hope we've answered all the questions. If not, Chair can guide us. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Honorable members, is there anyone who thinks that just we've got 5 minutes, wants to make a follow-up?
Yes, Chair Chabalala, I've raised my hand.
Okay, Chabalala, I'm looking for the next person. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Honorable Chabalala, come in.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I remain Judith Nematinga Chabalala. I want to ask the question. I hear what Mr. Cheng, he would have said around the mandate of the FFC insofar as advisory role that it plays. The simple question to the commissioner that I want to ask, in the advisory role, since, well, obviously through the Minister of Finance, you would interact. I want to ask, do you find your interaction very, do you get some sort of, I don't know, I'm trying to find a better diplomatic way of asking it, but the recommendations and the advisory do you give insofar as SOEs are concerned, do you find that the recommendations and the advices that you give are taken seriously and are adhered to? And it's for simple reason I'm asking this question is that you would understand that in South Africa, the state enterprises, part of the serious issues is managerial autonomy, public accountability, pricing policy, which that's where I think you ought to be. The matters, whether it's working conditions, industrial relations, research, and so forth. But these are serious issues that are engulfed when it comes to state-owned enterprises. The matters around the SOE's debts, I mean, they stand at a staggering around 692.9 billion. And the most recent budget review would have indicated that SOEs have reported poor growth, high costs, and elevated debt servicing costs, and several, appear to be at risk of defaulting on their debts. And it's not only that. I'll make a case and example around the investment and how we should run effectively some of the SOEs. For instance, Denel as part of an SOE, have you ever even looked at it in so far and how its financial position is concerned, the issues of leadership, management? What type of advice do you give that? And I'm specific because we are at public enterprise, we are not at finance committee. I hear you when you say we must partner with the other committee, it's fine. We work with them. But the question here, because you came before the public enterprises and were specific on what we oversee. So I want to ask that, when was the last time, if you ever had even an interaction with public enterprises, be it the Minister of Public Enterprises, if not the management? Is there such a correlation or a meeting or some sort of an interaction? I'm really seeking this understanding, Chair, because FFC is very important and so far its role, Commissioner. So I need you to make us understand at what point do you really interact with these state-owned enterprises? Many of its companies are in trouble. SAA, Denel, Alexco today. So are you giving any advice, and at what point you give advice so that we can know what is the value for money that really government is really getting from yourselves? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shabalala. I think I'm also having the same view with Honorable Shabalala that I don't think there is enough work or pressure put on the National Treasury in relation to guiding them or advising them, including criticizing them where it's necessary, to play an effective role in improving the finances of these public-owned entities. As a result, my personal opinion is that these state-owned entities, in a way, despite the fact that, of course, corruption and malpractices, including state capture, has created a disaster in these state-owned entities. But in National Treasury, it's not immune. It's not like they have been wholly in the process. I can make a simple example. When SAA was confronted with serious financial facing liquidation, the manner in which the Treasury reacted to that, it was like a little slow pace that we was waiting until the entities was down, and they come to when the rescue practitioners were there, and then they started bringing man on board. And I suspect that is an intention also at Denel. And under those, I mean, in the light of that experience, I don't think the National Treasury is having the interest of these state-owned entities at their heart. They would love to these entities to reach a crisis process. I mean, a crisis situation, and then they start come in. And when they come in the interest of private sector than the state-owned. Maybe they want to dispose these things. Maybe their conclusion is that all state-owned entities are in this because of corruption, they must go. You know, that is, to me, an entity or a commission such as yours, to what extent are they assisting these entities by engaging National Treasurer? Because this thing is real, this thing of public-public partnership is real, it's a crisis. Because I believe it's prohibited by National Treasurer, or National Treasurer is not encouraging it at all. It's discouraging that kind of, and using PFMA in order to collapse the state unities. That's my view. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm subjected to be corrected by you, but the experience I see on daily basis being the chair of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I shall ask our CEO, Chen Tseng, to respond. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. You're not wrong. I think you are actually touching on the head there, because let's face it, the public-public partnership. I mean, even if they do want to, the entities, if they want to try it, one wouldn't know how to actually get going with it. And if you ask them, I'd say that they will say, well, because procurement prescripts doesn't allow it, and we are all very scared of the procurement prescripts. And where did the procurement prescript come from? It's from the OCPO. And I think it's not to say that it's poorly or conceived, because like I said, I think the principles are correct with the procurement processes. It's the transparency and the openness and competitiveness. The only issue that I think is with it is the lack of consistency in the implementation of it. And I don't mean, again, because I do think there is something that went wrong at the source, not just in the implementation, because actually at the point of the source, for instance, one just has to go to the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer's website. You know, that there were these practice notes and instruction notes, so many of them. And from year to year, and as we saw just a couple of weeks ago, that many of them, those instruction notes were removed, rescinded. And that causes shocks and disturbances in the process, because and I mean, AG is here, and we've heard from them today, the colleagues, is that they audit on those on following whether the entities are following those notes and instruction notes and practice notes, and so these inconsistencies makes it very difficult for these entities to move and to exercise. I want to touch on this issue of interactions. If I may, I'll jump to the answer and then I'll come back and explaining it more, is that our effectiveness and our value as a commission, in fact, is proportional to the effectiveness and the will of the legislative and parliamentary committees. And of course, yourself as this committee is one. Why do I say that? It's because if one reads the Constitution, our recommendations doesn't actually go to this department and go to that SOCs. It doesn't go to the executive branch of government, let me put it that way. It actually goes to the legislative branch of government, and the degree or the extent, the strength of this dose, just to put it in its true context, the word for word is that the recommendations must be considered. Put it differently, the acts, the bills can only be enacted only after our recommendations have been considered. That's the word for word version in the Constitution of South Africa. And so it means that we are together in this, and our effectiveness therefore are tied together. And insofar as interactions with the executive branch of government, of course, we're open to it, because only through interactions we see each other and understand each other. The only issue there is the issue of independence. And that is something that I think FSC we're constantly mindful of. But it's also something that's that the committees and yourself as one could also assist us with in terms of maintaining our independence, so that we don't become FFC is not just a entity under National Treasury. I think that that I just want to say that is definitely the wrong notion when thinking about this commission in terms of the Constitution. Thank you, Chair. I think I hope that answers the follow-ups.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think that's the end of our...
Chairperson?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. It's Chabalala. Sorry about that. Chair, I'm not doing follow-up. I don't want them to respond in light of the response. But I think the clarity on the primary role, obviously creation of the, FFC, its creation, maintenance of an effective, obviously equitable and sustainable systems of this intergovernmental fiscal relations. It's quite important, and I think that's what they do. They are definitely impartial. We are not saying they're not, but as much as the independent advisory institution, which the government has to consult with regard to the division. Now, the reason they're here in SOE is because of how Treasury and the budget and the divisions of budget and the challenges financially this also is undergoing. Our concern is to understand the type of advisory they also deposit, so that we are able to see where their work, and we're able to also tick the boxes insofar as their work is concerned. I think from where I'm seated, Chair, perhaps I'll take it back to the committee as we do our notes. We might want to write to Treasury as well and really inquire more, if not DPE, really around this issue of advisory, and at what point does FFC really assist insofar as the SOEs are concerned. I'm not happy with the questions from Mr. Cheng since he started answering questions really. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, our time with the FFC is over now. Let's continue engaging on the matter, even if we invite them again to get deep to these issues. We'll do that. Thank you very much, Commissioner, with your team. Hope to see you again. Now we'll have to go to the Department of Public Enterprises to provide us with their presentation. I know I saw the acting DG. Welcome, acting DG. My understanding was also the fact that the Deputy Minister was to provide us with the overview before we actually get to the DG and his team. Is the Deputy Minister present, Debu?
Chair, I am here. Hello, Chair.
Sorry, sorry, I was speaking without unmuting myself. Welcome, Deputy Minister, and it's your time now and your team. Over to you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members of the committee. We truly appreciate the opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee the annual performance of the department for the year 21-22. We have, to that effect, prepared not a very long presentation to which the Acting Director General is going to take the committee through. Safe to say that it's really been a year in which flowing from the previous year's impact of COVID in the work, we've begun seeing things getting back into motion somewhat, even though with a limited impact in some areas. We've also seen some of the challenges that we've been dealing with somewhat improving, but others still very resilient in a sense. The acting DG is going to walk the committee through the performance report, and we would be happy then to engage with members afterwards. Chair, without taking much of your time, if you can permit Ms. Modisane to proceed with the presentation.
Good morning, Chair. Can I continue?
Good
Recording
morning.
stopped.
Acting DG.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm just going to show my face. Is it visible? And then I'll just switch off because of the intermittent network. Am I showing?
We can see your face. Yes,
you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, but I'll just switch off so that I don't have interruptions, if that is okay, members of the. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just in terms of, as the DM indicated, that we are presenting on the annual report on the financial statements of the department for the financial year 2021-2022. Without further ado, the presentation will be centered around the mandate, the vision, the department's performance under the previous financial year. We'll look at our APP, our financial statement, and also our audit outcomes on the back of it. As a mandate of the department, I think what one needs to really underscore is that as a department, we are seized with the role of enabling, making sure that through our SOCs, that they play enabling growth of creating jobs and promoting industrialization and transformation in the economy. So they need to play a very active role in ensuring that these objectives are indeed being realized. I'm not going to go too much into the details of the mission, vision, and values of the department, but what I want to underscore on slide number 5 is the summary of the audit outcomes over the last 5 years. In the previous financial year, we've managed to get an unqualified audit with findings. And I think now the objective of the department is to migrate to the previous years where you used to get a clean audit, because this is where we want the department to be at, so that we begin to display that clean audit is where this is what we want to do, so that we can then hold our SOCs to this particular standard. So for the previous financial year, we've managed to get an unqualified audit with findings as a department. And I think I just need to underscore that this was, under very difficult circumstances, but nevertheless, we are focusing the team and the management to improve on what we've actually performed in the previous financial year. When you go into our annual performance plan, in terms of the administration, which is this is where I would call the operations, we are really looking at the development. We're looking at how to strengthen governance and promote institutional alignment and the execution of our oversight function. This is where the HR and resides. Around that area, what we've achieved in the past financial year, we've had 20 training interventions that were provided to ensure that we upskill the existing human capital. In terms of the other outputs that we did, it was to ensure that our HR plan supports the implementation of the department's plan and the priorities that were indicated and submitted to Department of Public and Service and Administration, and also making sure that this particular platform, it makes sure that we bring the necessary human capital that will enable us to perform our function of oversight and ensure that we do indeed deliver on the mandate that we are given as a department. In terms of the different programs in the department, we've got the governance and the legal, that's the legal unit of the department that is more involved on the boards, the appointment of boards, the selection of boards, etc. In terms of this particular program, the outcome that we're looking at the institutional alignment and the fulfillment of the oversight by undertaking annual assessment of independent board performance. And this, I need to indicate that it was done, it was completed. There was an independent board performance index that measured the governance and the value creation outcomes and the impact of the SOCs that fall within the DPE. And the other outcome that we had, it was to look at the number of cases that's around governance of board members who are doing business with the SOCs. And also in that particular target, we did establish that the board members did disclose their financial interest. None were found to be doing business with their respective SOCs, because as the department, and it's very important that we ensure that the kind of board members that we put in there, they're not conflicted in any way, and they're not found to be doing any business with the state. So the department continues to monitor this quite closely and quite actively, and we want to continue to uphold the principles of good governance in exercising our oversight responsibility. One other target, which I think this particular the portfolio committee will be very much interested in, it has been in the making for some time, is the shareholder management bill. In this one, I need to indicate that we have made strides in terms of the shareholder management bill, that it was developed and it will be finalized in the 2022-2023 financial year. We have made inroads, and it will be submitted to this committee for to be tabled before the financial year ends. The team has been hard at work to make sure that this particular target, which has been there, it has now finally got some traction. Around the issue, the target of the forensic audit reviews conducted, we have done forensic audits, and these were completed as part of the follow-up on the implementation of our SOC forensic report investigations. We are following them quite closely, not only the SOC forensic investigations, but also even in the department, in terms of also making sure that we don't only get the reports, but we follow through in terms of making sure that these investigations and recommendations are in fact implemented. In terms of within the same branch, we have what we call the financial assurance and investment support. This is a team that is seized with looking at the quarterly reports that the SOCs normally furnish to the department. What happens is that annually we get 6 corporate plans from the SOCs, and these in the previous financial year, they were assessed and reviewed, and also 24 quarterly reports from the SOCs that are reporting within the portfolio of DPE. They were assessed and also reviewed. And in our assessment, we look at different categories in terms of assessment. We look at the financial aspect of it. We look at the operational stroke technical aspect of these SOCs and how they're performing. We look at the governance aspect of it. That will also talk about on the boards, also around the forensic and all the issues pertaining to governance. We also look at the developmental impact or the transformational aspect of it. This is what the corporate plans and the quarterly reports that we get from the SOCs. So in terms of these 2 targets, they were done and assessed accordingly. I need to come to the other important point. I do know that the portfolio committee members, they've had an engagement this morning with the AG. I think what we thought it was prudent as a department is that part of our annual targets, we begin to have a consolidated report on SOC audit findings, because we think that this is very important to begin to incorporate the findings and the recommendations of the audit outcomes and begin to track and trace the recommendations thereof and see if they've been implemented, and then we analyze those. So we normally do this twice a year, and the reports, there's been 2 reports on the SOC audit outcomes that were assessed, evaluated, and also checking how these have been implemented and the progress in making sure that the recommendations or the findings thereof are being reduced. The other important target that we thought as a department we should introduce is the SOC dividend policy framework. This is a very important target for the department. I think I just managed to quickly have managed to hear what the Financial and Fiscal Commission was indicating around the issues of guarantees, etc., and the SOCs. So we thought this is important that we start having an SOC dividend policy framework. The rationale behind this was that it was important to begin to signal to our SOCs that it is important that we need to reduce their dependence on the fiscus, and so that they should not become a drain on the fiscus, and that the money that the fiscus is able to collect, given the competing priorities of government, those can be channeled to other critical areas. So in terms of the dividend policy framework, this was developed, and it was also canvassed with the different stakeholders, and it has now been completed. Coming to the other division within the department. This is the business enhancement services, where we look at the contribution of the SOCs to support the transformation of the economy in South Africa. We look at, which is very important, it's a very important target around assessing the spend, the percentage spent on local content, and also the value, the annual value that our SOCs contribute to annually. So in terms of the contributions of our SOCs around local content, around enterprise and supplier development, it was actually done to ensure that SOC procure in such a way that it's building local capability and growing small businesses. I think this is a very important target given where our economy is, because we definitely would need to support the support of the SMMEs to assist in driving the recovery and the reconstruction of our economy. And also given the high unemployment rate, I think for us to be looking at how our SOCs are also growing SMMEs, it becomes a very important and critical target to include and also measure. The other one that we look at in the department is to look at the increase of spend around the preferential procurement and making sure that the SOC spend on DE and also on preferential procurement, and our assessment was done for the SOCs that are reporting to the department. Another important target that we need to ensure that we keep assessing is around the issue of corporate social investment. And this was also done to support the marginalized communities, the businesses within which SOCs are operating in, because it is important that we crowd in and making sure that where our SOCs are operating, the communities within which they reside, they're also benefiting from that. So there must be that trickle-down effect to their communities, because if you don't do that and exclude them, then it can result in unwanted economic and social consequences in that regard. So in terms of this particular target, this was done and was completed. Around the issue of, we also look at the training and spend on skills on the, what our SOCs are using to develop skills around in the SOCs, because skills development is very important given where we are as an economy, because we need to upskill, innovate, so that we can now be competitive and also be able to move with the other countries. So this was actually done with our SOCs in terms of making sure that we assess the training spend as part of the skills development intervention of our SOCs. The other important aspect that this particular unit is seized with, I beg your pardon, is the contribution to the climate change. And we've seen the impact and the importance of climate change. We've seen what happened last year with the floods and in KZN. So the department has deemed it fit to make sure that we put the environmental implementation plan as a target to be included in our APP. And in terms of the performance in this regard, the DPE published the EIP to harmonize the environmental policies and plans to promote consistency in exercising functions that may affect the environment. And we also worked very hard to making sure that we put a consolidated report on the SOC Climate Response Initiative, whereby we begin to measure this particular impact. So around this is what actually this particular unit does in their day-to-day workings. In the energy and resources, this particular branch of the unit is looking at the big entities, big entity being Eskom mainly, and also there is SAFCOL and there's also Elexco. In terms of the shareholder compacts, as an indicator, we've got a number of shareholder compacts that were signed and others that were not signed, and I will also bring an explanation to that. In terms of the two shareholder compacts that were signed, it was Eskom and SAFCOL, and the other shareholder compact that was not signed at the time, it was that if the colleagues remember, this entity in the past, there was interim, the interim chair and CE, and the board was only appointed in January 2022. And as a result, the board and the interim CE had to acquaint themselves with what was happening in the operations of the business before we can get into a shareholder compact, and that was the reason why the shareholder compact for this was not signed on time. However, I need to probably indicate to the committee to say that in this financial year, I think the board and the interim CE, they have now settled. And I think in terms of remedying this going forward, we should see that many of our SOCs will, in fact, their shareholder compacts will be completed going forward. So this is the reason why Elexco shareholder compact was not signed on time. And the other output or indicator that we have is around SAFCOL, which is important, which is the Timber Dollar Reinvestment Project. This particular investment is very important. It's a very important project that SAFCOL needs to undertake, and the progress that has been done. It was to look at the sawmill in order to improve operational efficiency, and this was assessed. This is an important project that the department continues to monitor very closely to ensure that SAFCOL delivers on this project to continue to deliver a good performance and sustain its revenue stream going forward. Another indicator that we do have as well in this particular program, it's the restructuring of Elexco. This is the work that we are seized with here. It is to look at the updating of the operating structure of the diamond assets that are going to be carried out. And currently we are actually undertaking in-depth work in terms of seeing what should the end state of this entity ought
Recording in progress.
Can I continue? Oh. All right.
Yes, you can continue, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In terms of an important outcome, I think that the members of the PC will be interested in is around the outcome of the supply on energy secured. The indicator that we have in this particular area is that of plant capacity around the infrastructure build program. What the department what we actually do, we analyze the Eskom capital expansion program. It was assessed and monitored in terms of the implementation of the corrective measures that needs to be put in place to ensure that we have operational improvement and performance in this particular area. I think this is a very topical issue as well that I just need to underscore that has also been the subject of Eskom's performance in this current financial year, given the bouts of the different stages of load shedding and stuff. And I just probably need to also underscore that in terms of the work that the department is doing in this particular area, there are some recommendations that we are looking at closely, to make sure that we improve the generational performance of the plants. And this includes the interventions such as, or focus areas that talks to areas like the recruitment of skilled retired personnel, the placement of original equipment manufacturers contracts for maintenance and space management at different power stations, and where outages are planned, and making sure that outages are planned properly and managed effectively and efficiently according to the scope of the funding that is being allocated. And also to make sure that we begin to stabilize the grid, and also ensuring that we instill very agile procurement practices, and also making sure that we need to start reducing the approvals and the condemnations, and much more importantly, move towards a culture of employing best practice in terms of operations management at power stations. We need to go back to what good looks like in terms of power station management. So these are some of the analysis and work that the department is actually working in this particular area. The one other area target that we look at is around the increased electricity reserve margin, where we analyze and monitor the energy availability factor of the plant performance. And I think this is a very important indicator, as we've seen in the past, that the energy availability factor of Eskom was not as great as it ought to be. And with the newly appointed board by the Minister of Public Enterprises recently, he did indicate that as one of the key areas that the new board needs to be seized with is to make sure that we migrate to a much higher EAF of at least 75% in order to improve that. So this is one of the areas that we continue to monitor very closely. The other indicator or output that we look at the embedded generation options to augment the generation capacity to 1,000 megawatts by 2024. The update on this was is that we managed to make sure that the 3 projects around the 1,000 megawatts were actually fast-tracked. And also, I just need to indicate that as a department, this indicator, it was very important to make sure that we begin to now augment the generation and make sure that it comes on board as soon as possible. And this also talks to the work that the National Energy Crisis Committee is currently doing under the leadership of the president, and also being led by the DG in the presidency, to make sure that we cut through the red tapes and we fast track the approval process, and we begin to see some green shoots, and making sure that in fact approvals, etc., does happen in the shortest possible time, and we do cut through the red tape in order to augment the generation capacity that is required. On the other area, it's pertaining to the supply of energy secured. The indicator there is around the roadmap for the reformed electricity supply industry to be implemented by 2024. We have made progress on the implementation of the roadmap of a reformed electricity supply. As the colleagues would probably know, this is part of the work that we are doing around the transmission distribution and generation businesses, and with the transmission company being established. So we continue to work on this and making sure that we monitor and actually make sure that there is progress and assessment in this particular area around this particular area of the unbundling.
Ms. Modison is still on the platform. Is it me that has lost her?
I'm still here, Chair.
Okay, we lost you a little bit there as you were concluding.
Oh, apologies for that. Let me just probably put my mic. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabalala. On the defense and the transport sector, in terms of this particular program, we have signed the shoulder compacts for Transnet and SAA and Denel were not finalized on time. That's one of the non-achievements, so to speak. Just to explain there, in terms of the reason for that, on Transnet, as the members would know that there was the new the GCE and the management team that was appointed, as well as because the shoulder compact is a negotiating tool. So in terms of the negotiations of this, it was just not finalized on time. But I just think that going forward, we'll be able to remedy this particular shoulder compact to be finalized, because that is also dependent on the conclusion and the finalization of the corporate plan. So that was the main issue there. On the issue of SAA, the reason why the shoulder compacts were not finalized, it was that as the colleagues, as the portfolio committee members are aware, the AG currently is undertaking an audit of the previous financial years of SAA. And that was also another reason why these were not finalized. And Denel was also not finalized, as the colleagues as well would know that around Denel there has been issues of the financial challenges that were there in terms of liquidity challenges. But I just need to probably indicate around Denel that we are also beginning to see green shoots. And we will be able to complete, in fact, all these shoulder compacts. To start off with Denel, I need to indicate that there has been a lot of work negotiating with the Denel medical aid scheme, whereby about 900 million odd was unlocked. And as a result, it helped to alleviate the interim liquidity challenges that the entity was faced with. As the colleagues would probably remember, that there were lots of people who were bringing cases of litigation and workers not being paid in the past. And as a result of this money that was being unlocked, the salaries were being paid, and we began to see people coming back to work, and as well, which was very positive, which was very good. And also, I just need to indicate that we also have been making strides in Denel with the restructuring plan being formulated, and this has been approved by the board. It is very sound. We've assessed it, and we believe that it is a plan that we can back, and we do see a good turnaround with Denel around its liquidity issues. We also see a good order book or pipeline that has already been identified there in the order of about 12 billion that needs to be unlocked. So we are beginning to see things coming to bear there. So I'm quite confident that in this financial year, these shoulder compacts, in fact, they will be completed, especially with the Denel. There has been we're able also to honor some legacy obligations or the current debt about, in the past that was needed. And also now we just have to make sure that we secure money for the implementation of the restructuring plan that Denel and the Denel board has actually put in place. So we are very much excited that at long last, Denel is turning the corner, and there are some green shoots there. The report on the improved independent financial sustainability of SOCs, the indicator there is to ensure that the Denel, in terms of the milestones that have been agreed with the clients are being assessed in order to improve its financial and operational performance. I need to indicate that with the chief restructuring officer being appointed, we are now beginning to see some good strategic relationships being explored, and people warming up to Denel, willing to do business, and especially with the plan that has been in place. So we are beginning to see some great things beginning to happen in that particular aspect. So that is probably what one can indicate around the strategic partnerships that are being secured in turning around the Denel issues. And also in terms of improving the financial sustainability of these SOCs, we also, like I indicated earlier on, that we are also trying to make sure that we now begin to implore on the SOCs to also begin to change the thinking and also incorporate a dividend policy to say that we want to see these entities become profitable, and then they should be playing their rightful role in the economy, both fulfilling their mandate commercially and developmentally, and including the dividend policy to make sure that they don't become a drain to the fiscus as well. So the operations is one area that we need to focus on and make sure that operations are restored and the financial health of the SOCs are also restored back to health. So this is the one area that we continue to look at. On the issue of Transnet, we are also implementing the decision on the future and the structure of the Transnet Port Authority. That work has also been done in terms of making sure that Transnet provides reliable and predictable service in a cost-efficient manner. And we also have to make sure that there's improved turnaround times across the strategic container terminals. And this assessment was done on the strategic terminals. And also the report on the implementation of the corridor strategy, it was implemented and achieved in the past financial year. When we go into the other indicator around the research and economic modeling, which is very much intertwined, which is very much an ESCOM related issue, we know that government is implementing the just energy transition. This is the research and economic modeling. This is where this project relies, whereby we report on the progress on the just energy transition framework. We have seen in the past that there has been some commitments of mobilizing of the JET funding, and ESCOM is one of the pilot projects, with Komati being one of them, as being the pilot project, whereby we want to repurpose power station. There has been the development of that energy transition framework that was developed to guide SOCs on the just energy transition. So Komati is one of the power plants that we have identified as a pilot project to make sure that we can, when you go to COP, we'll be able to showcase this particular project. So this is one of the indicators that the department is actively and closely looking at and taking a very active view on it. And we've seen that also recently, even the Germans have also put some funding and other countries on this particular project. So there is good traction and good progress that is being done in this particular area. The review of the global, regional, and local economic report. This review takes into account the global economic and social aspect of the economy and see how these impact on the SOCs, be it tariffs, be it the different developments around the world, how they begin to impact and also shape the thinking in terms of where we need to move at. So the review on the global, regional, and local economic reports that guide the department on strategic discussions. This is where this work actually does take place, be it in the energy sector, be it the transport sector, be it in the aviation sector, forestry sector, etc. So this is where this actual work does take place. Just not taking too much time, going into the annual financial performance of the department, I will just quickly move to the analysis of the expenditure for the period ending 2022.
Sorry, acting DG, I was also going to just check with you because you've been quite involved with the narrative. I was just going to check at how many minutes more you still need. What slide are you at? Your slide presentation, because it doesn't have numbers from where I'm at, but just to get a sense, because it will be quite important if you can try to reach to conclusion, but I will hear from you. So I'm not giving you pressure, but it's important to speak through the presentation since we all had it.
Okay, so thanks for the guidance, Chair. I think I'm on slide 19, so that I'm just trying to quickly rush through, also being mindful of time. So around the analysis of the department, as I've indicated, as you've all had it, most of the money, about 38.8 billion, was used to settle the government guarantees, and the 31.7, just under 38 billion, went to fund Eskom so that they can pay for the interest and capital repayments, and about 4.1 was paid to SAA and 3.1 was paid to Denel. The under expenditure in the department, which looks at the operations of the department, it was around the compensation of employees due to vacant posts as a result of not being able, because we operate in a commercial environment and we are competing for the same kind of skills, we're not able to attract the same skills at the right price. But we are also looking at other innovative ways of trying to attract the same skills that the private sector is also competing with, given the fact that our SOCs also operate in a commercial environment. And I'm not going to go into too much detail around the issue of the irregular expenditure. I just probably need to underscore the point of I think I just need to address the other 15 billion that was also, I think somebody just gave me a note around the 15 million that was extended to one of the entities because it was under financial challenges. And the reason for that was that some of the assets of Denel, they were going to be auctioned. So for us to be able to avert the auctioning of those assets, it was important to assist the entity. And I need to indicate that thus far, with the DMTN funding that has come on board, that 15 million that we managed to assist Denel in terms of averting that option that has been remedied. So so that matter is actually on hand. On the 32 million due to the material deficiencies on the appointment of the service provider, that the department has brought a self-review application to court to have the appointment of the service provider reviewed and set aside. And the issue of the non-adherence to SCM prescripts, the matter is under investigation. And once the investigation is being completed, then corrective steps will be undertaken. Without further ado, given the constraints of time, as the honorable member indicated, I just need to conclude by saying that the department continues to maintain a sound governance and compliance framework on how it utilizes its resources. The department obtained an unqualified audit opinion with findings for the financial year 2021-2022. The AG identified 2 audit findings affecting the auditor's reports on the financial statements, and these were subsequently reported. And the AG identified 1 audit finding affecting the auditor's report on the predetermined objectives, and the report was subsequently adjusted. With that being said, Chair, thank you. Thanks. I'm happy to take
the questions. All right, thank you so much, Ms. Jackie. Colleagues, my name is Judith Chabalala, 2 members of Parliament. I wrote on the WhatsApp group chat to notify you that I got a call from the chair to say that it's been kicked out of the system, including the secretary of the committee. I'm not too sure if they managed to come back. They just asked me to hold the fort in the meantime. I hope that's okay with you, Comrade Kachalia. So I'm just going to be really facilitating your questions and discussions item, and that's where we are now. Thank you, Ms. Jackie. So I'm going to ask you colleagues to please raise your hands. I wouldn't want to really try to do the system of the chair, primarily because I don't have the list that he usually uses. So I'll ask you to raise your hands so that I don't find myself asking people who are not and unable to participate in the meeting for whatever the reasons. So I see the hand of Mr. Kachalia. Do I have any other hand, colleagues? I want to note your hands, then we're gonna follow in that order. Mr. Kachalia will be followed by Ms. Malinga. After Ms. Malinga, we'll have Ms. Mkwanazi. So those are your numbers. Kachalia 1, Malinga 2, Ms. Mkwanazi 3. Any other hands? Those who can't raise their hand, they can just open the mic and indicate so that we can give you a number. All right, looks like we only have 3 hands that's going to interact with this presentation. All right, over to you, Mr. Kachalia.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'd like to know if Eskom's new board has met and how often this board will meet, and when will we get a chance to interact with them and how often. Secondly, I'd like to know what measures are in place to ensure the independence of boards. So can we have this committee, can this committee have sight of all the completed shareholder compacts? And by when can we have sight of this? I'd like to know further, how do we stack up against, for example, South Korea, New Zealand, and Sweden as best international examples in respect of performance agreements with state-owned entities. In terms of preferential procurement, BEE and non-essential labor in the entities, can we have details of how this much has cost, in terms of how this has cost, how much this has cost in terms of added cost to the various entities for the financial year under review, particularly in the distressed entities like Eskom, Transnet, Elexco, and Denel? And can we get an analysis of very importantly, of the overlaps and gaps and sinks between the DPE's initiatives and those of the President Council on SOEs and the National Energy Crisis Committee by each entity, and how these efforts to stabilize, reposition, and supposedly turn around differ materially from previous efforts over the past 3 years in terms of inputs and outputs. And then just finally, can we have, can this committee have sight of the green shoots referred to at Denel? Also, in terms of Transnet,
Khalib, I don't know if it's me, but I seem to have lost you. Maybe it's me. Somebody will indicate, because today's network is really bad.
Where, if someone can indicate, where did they lose me?
No,
From,
so far
Okay,
we had
okay.
Okay.
No, you were fine, dear. We could have told him, but we lost you when we were speaking about the presidential and the report.
Yeah, so I think DPE got me on that one. If they so let's leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Now I wanted you to conclude, Comrade Mr. Kachalia. Was
No,
not interjecting.
No, and I think you might have missed me slightly.
All right. All right. No, thank you so much. So we are going to Mrs. Malinga.
Thank you, Honorable Chabalala. Mrs. Malinga is my mom, who is married to my father. Greetings again to the department and colleagues on the platform. Chair, I request the department to start off with what the AG has picked up as neg in the financial statements, or maybe if they can clarify, why do they send audit statements that have misstatements? I would think that that means they are of poor quality or not in the quality that the AG is expecting them to be. Also, Chairperson, the SOEs are overseen by the department. But if you check, the department is doing better than the SOCs. I don't understand, but in simple terms, it means that the department is a bad parent. They don't have a clue on how to raise children. Maybe they need a crash course on that. You can't have all SOEs failing, and they fail in terms of management, in terms of financial management, human resource management. Everything is going haywire. And Chair, if I may ask, I saw something of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the tune of 327 million, if I'm correct, or was it billion? Maybe it's million. Due to a service provider that was appointed. Where was the SCM that is supposed to guide how you deal with the issuing of any project or services that you need to be rendered? It's not on that in a country where we are in so much debt, given the poor performance of the SOEs that are supposed to bring money into the fiscus, we are sitting with a 3 million irregular expenditure. I don't get it. Maybe if I can get clarity on that one, Chair. And this self-review application for the appointment of the service provider. What is that, Chair? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Malinga. Can we go to Honorable Mkhwanazi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's take the Mrs. one as a prophet, Chairperson. Will want to go and celebrate. That was on the lighter note. Chairperson, firstly, maybe I will sound as an unbroken record, Deputy Minister. If we can make it, maybe find an assurance that that management, shareholders management bill will really see the day, the day at the light at the end of the day. I'm just passing there because I think we've been like talking about that, but also the issue of vetting of board members. We've been like talking about that as this committee. But Chairperson, I want to check the program of the department on an unachieved targets. What is their program going forward to make sure that they deal with those targets? Also, I want to check the response of the department from the AG's recommendations in our first presentation. The AG talks on the recommendation on the main root causes. And in those main root causes, 3 of those recommendations, they talk direct to the department, not able to do its work, its oversight work. And I want to understand, Deputy Minister and the team acting at Contingent DG, what are the consequence management and the program going forward to make sure that you deal with those recommendations, especially you deal with the main root causes to make sure that we prevent them in future. For now, Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkhwanazi, for that. Members, am I missing another hand? I don't think there is in any other hand. So I am going to, perhaps from my side as well, just to ask some pertinent questions. Firstly is that, obviously we welcome Deputy Minister and your team at DPE led by the acting DG. So I want to ask that on Eskom, I'm going to dwell on Eskom on this one and bear with me, primarily for specific reasons, but also for an obvious reasons that the country needs to understand these matters. We might be dealing with financial performance. However, there's other areas that Ms. Jackie would have done lots of narrative around, but I want to ask the questions on Eskom. Firstly is that considering that the deteriorating energy availability factor and this unprecedented load shedding that is not really direct consequences of poor strategic direction and purpose, which are the main functions of a board? Can I understand, because the new development in the country is that there's a board, so the new board, and in the new board we would have seen a bit of changes there. But which are the main functions of the board? We might go through to it and understand them, but the reason I'm asking, but rather, are the direct consequences of operational inefficiencies which can be traced to the Eskom workforce? And what does the DPE use the increase in the energy availability factor and the reduction in load shedding as metrics to measure the competence of the Eskom board? Secondly, if indeed really the increase in energy availability factor and the reduction in load shedding are poor metrics for measuring the competence of Eskom board, why was the old Eskom board's term extended while the energy availability factor was deteriorating and load shedding was implemented between 2019 and 2021? Lastly, on Eskom, seeing that Eskom intends to repurpose Deputy Minister some of the old coal power stations into renewable energy projects. One would have expected really the composition of the new board to reflect this by striking a balance between competencies in the engineering and renewable energy technologies. And you look into this board, I doubt it's addressing that, but this is not the case. And why was this balance not factored, DM, in when appointing the new ESCOM board? Because it's not dealing with this issue, because the reasons that we've been given perpetually around the issues of the old coal power stations, renewable energy projects, and so forth and so on, has always been the factor around issues of people and competencies, the type of skills, but we don't see it in this new board, and I don't want to criticize it. I am not. I'm just asking, why was this not considered as the precursor to really deal with what was happening? All we would have seen is to remove this one and put that one and put others. But we welcome the removal of that Busisi, where I don't remember his surname, that was very critical in really dealing with the government, that she was appointed to try and come up with solution to resolve these issues of ESCOM. Now, quickly, I'll go to the Program 1 Administration Acting DATG. You know, the expenditure on the program on Administration 1 was 29.8 million, or 19.7% lower than the adjusted appropriation. In relative terms, under the expenditure accord, on all sub-programs except the office accommodations, which was recorded over expenditure of 16.6%, under expenditure is attributed to vacant posts and projects that could not commence during the year. Over expenditure on the office accommodation was due to accruals for municipal services, that is water, electricity, that had to be settled. And this is what you would have said. Now, I want to ask, while the under expenditure was significant on program 1 and 2 in relative terms, in absolute terms, it was driven by program 3. So I want to check with you, what is it that we're doing insofar as the risk management to ensure that we don't see that happening moving forward, and the interventions thereof, including interventions on those 60 employees that you would have said will be trained under the stewardship of the National School of Governance, the NSGs. So I want you to really give us that. Perhaps lastly, the matter on senior management that did not adequately review and monitor compliance with applicable legislation that had resulted in the department incurring unauthorized and irregular expenditure. If you can really explain to us what will be done. I'm covered by Honorable Malinga on that matter about you as the department, some sort of in procurement that you had to go and deal with the case. If you can respond to that. The disclosed note 20, acting DG, the department signed a share purchase agreement in February 2022, which intended to dispose of 51% of the government shares in the SAA. The deal requires that certain preconditions be met before the sale of shares can be concluded, which among the other things presents a financial exposure for the government of about 3.0779 billion. Funds to cover this liability have not appropriated in the budget. So what are you going to do to ensure that is appropriated? We know your breakdown, if not the issues with Treasury, and unfortunately we're with FICA, they could not even give us a sense and as in how they really escalate the advice to issues of budgeting and fiscals and so forth. But I want to understand, what are you going to do, considering that we're approaching the MTBPS now in October, and what have been the interaction with Treasury in all your SOEs? It's not only SAA, including DINEL. You presented on DINEL, but where are the promising aspects and what are the discussions there in so far as trying for the state to come on board? Thank you so much. I will hand over to the Deputy Minister that will direct the responses. And DM, when you are done with everybody and all the responses, I'll hear from you again as and when you hand back to myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chair, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions. The Acting Director General will speak to a number of these, which are really very operational matters. But before that, can I just speak to the issue of Eskom? To the extent the questions have been asked, Honorable Kachalia is asking related to the board, if the board has met, and whether will the board at a time meet with the committee. The answer to those questions is yes, the board has met, given the seriousness of the task and the urgency that accompanies ensuring that the problem is grappled with and change is brought into space at the quickest possible time. Yes, the board has met. And then secondly, to that extent, we've seen also the chair of the board speaking to some of the salient issues in terms of approaching the task that they were entrusted with. And then secondly, surely they should, the committee is always the port at which all these institutions set up in government ought to account to Parliament through. So at an appropriate time, I am sure that the board will present itself in terms of the activities and perhaps even earlier on in terms of just the broad approach. The committee would be within its right to be presented with the report from the board and the board coming to speak to the committee. The Honorable Kachalia also speak to the issue of shareholder compacts, whether or not these could be shared so that the committee can have sight of those. Well, it's a matter for which I don't think, owing to our obligations to be accountable, it is nothing that is a secret. I'm sure the ministry would be able to respond in kind in respect of those matters. Honorable, just towards the end, I think Honorable Chabalala is asking what the key functions of the board, what would be the main function of the board. My answer to that would be to say that the board is the accounting authority at Eskom. It is appointed so as to give overall leadership over the affairs of Eskom, and that all the operational questions, they must set in place a means to ensure that those are executed and they are reported against, and they can provide overall policy, a framework from within such activities take place. It is, I think, in the view of the ministry and having consulted cabinet, that the men and women so appointed in the board presented do present the mix of skills that are considered relevant and necessary to help the ailing organization that Eskom is at this time towards a better state of health. And it's a mix of skills that has been put together there. And I think in the view of the ministry, they are quite adequate to take the Eskom forward insofar as the key platform that Eskom has got to deliver on. Regarding the question of using the energy availability factor as one of the instruments to really look at performance. This is one of the key challenges of the moment, which give rise to the load shedding as we experience, a very unfortunate and untenable situation. So a board so appointed at this time, one of the key targets would be to bring a turnaround in respect of that kind of performance. So the energy availability factor, which a target of 75% has been issued, is meant to ensure that generation is jacked up adequately to be able to continuously improve, and that we have lesser and lesser the burden of load shedding that gets to be imposed. It would mean a greater focus in terms of each of the generation units, ensuring that there is at that plant level effectiveness such that there is consistency in producing and providing the grid with electricity. That is really I think the mindset behind setting that particular target. Surely it is not the only target. There would be others that constitute the broad mandate in which the board has to ensure that there is performance. Having said that, Chair, I would really request the DG and whomever she could solicit inputs to come and respond to the questions that the honorable members have raised. I was merely just taking up that which really was somewhat standing out. They are all critical. However, can I ask the acting DG to then take the floor, Chair, with your permission? You had given me that. DG, come on board.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, on answering some the questions there. On my side, let me just probably start with a few questions. In terms of the performance with other countries' benchmarks, I think what I just need to underscore is that when we undertake our shareholder compacts, we also try and when we put those targets, we try to undertake international benchmarks with companies similar to those so that it is empirical and scientific in terms of how we actually put the targets on board. On the issues on the different reports that was asked by Honorable Katalia, we will provide a narrative and a response to that in writing so that I don't take too much of the committee's time. The question that was asked by Honorable Malinga around the AG picking up misstatements, I think what I just need to underscore is that when the AG undertakes the audit of the department, our SOCs are at different stages of their own audit processes. For example, as we know now, they've also alluded to, ESCOM is also being audited now. SAA is also being audited. So the numbers that would be provided at the time when we probably provide to the that the SOCs will be providing to us in terms of the financial position of some of the SOCs in terms of the inputs. It is at a particular point in time. So they're always being revised up until the audit has been finalized and it has been taken through their own internal governance processes and been ratified by the board. So we just have to make sure that now we align and make sure that in terms of that going forward, our planning and how we synchronize all that, it becomes much more better. But I need to indicate that it can, under the circumstances, it cannot be a perfect science because many SOCs are undergoing different challenges, and as a result, they'll have to some audits will be longer than others, depending on what they find out. So, but in terms of trying to minimize the misstatements and all those things, we are working with that which is within our control, but we do take note of that. And it is a matter that we are also engaging with the different CFOs of the different SOCs through our CFO forums to make sure that these issues are being addressed. The other issue that the Honorable Malinga indicated about the department doing better and that the SOCs are not doing better. It is exactly through that forum that we've established at the department, which is the CFO forum, where we begin to share best practice and also the lessons learned within the portfolio, because it is not always great that one SOC struggles and the other one is doing very well, or even the department is doing well and the other SOCs are struggling. So we begin to share all those best practices among ourselves and among the CFOs of the respective SOCs. So this is one intervention and initiative that we have undertaken as a department to make sure that we get that particular forum going. And it will also, I think it will go a long way in terms of addressing some of even the financial challenges that other SOCs are getting. So there must be some cross-pollination or exchanging of notes between the other SOCs. For example, we've heard from the AG's report around SAFCOL, how they've done well, et cetera, and so those learnings can then be shared with the other babies within the stable of the DPE. Around the issue that Honorable Malinga asked, whether the shareholder management bill will see the light of day. Yes, Honorable Malinga, I think we understand and know your frustrations in terms of this, but I just need to assure you that the team, I'll also ask Advocate Makobe to come on board to tell you exactly the inroads or rather how far they are in terms of this, because we have indicated that definitely we should make sure that this bill gets presented to this particular, gets tabled to this particular committee. So I do want to assure you that it will see the light of day. But in terms of elaborating on the work that has been done to give you comfort and to assure you, I will ask once I'm done that Advocate Makobe comes on board to articulate in much more detail as to what it is that they've done. And also I will request, in terms of the other question, you can also elaborate it, Advocate Makobe, because that's within his domain, around the vetting of board members, that he will address that issue. But what I just need to indicate is that they do, pre-screen, so to speak, the board members and vet them. So Honorable Makobe can take us through that process in terms of how they actually go about it. Around the AG recommendations around the root causes, in terms of the root causes, those have been is going to be the primary focus that we making sure that we need to make sure that the planning we make sure that is very much aligned to what even the AG was saying, how we actually set the targets, and making sure that as we plan in a way that is also aligned with the strategic objectives of the in terms of the national framework government priorities are and where we need to be, and also make sure that all that is actually synchronized, and that also finds expression in terms of the strategic intent statement. So we just have to tighten up in terms of synchronizing our planning. Around the issue of consequence management, that is one of the areas that we are taking a close look at in terms of making sure that where there is a case that demands that a proven case and we've got evidence that can back it up, then consequence management will definitely kick in terms of what we need to do. But I agree with you in terms of around the issue of procurement, we have to tighten up, and some of these matters that are under investigation will await the outcome of the investigation report, and will definitely act on those recommendations. That pertains to the 2 million rand irregular expenditure. And on 32 million rand irregular expenditure, that one we are looking to set aside that particular contract. So that matter is before the courts, and I'm sure the advocate Makobe can indicate in terms of the update on that particular area. So on the issue of the disposal note 20, what I just need to probably indicate there is that I think I just need to remind the Honorable House that when SAA went into BR, the original amount that was required, it was 14 billion, and the 10.5 was provided. So we're waiting for the balance thereof. And in terms of all this monies that will be required for the SOCs, can I rather wait for the outcome of the Minister of Finance when he makes his budget speech in terms of what will be given? So I wouldn't want to delve into that space because that is the Minister of Finance area. So let's just wait for that. I think it's on the, it's sometime, I think end of this month, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll just await in terms of what the outcome of that is. And I also just need to indicate on the issue of Denel. Yes, I am quite confident that I have referred to the so-called green shoots, as I've said, because you are beginning to see many of the strategic partners who in the past were not prepared to engage with Denel, they're now coming to the party. They're willing to engage with us. As I've already indicated to the Honorable House, that the order book is in the order of about 12 billion and increasing. So we are beginning to turn around, and there will be some other initiatives that the entity will be undertaking with clear interventions of turning around the entity to make sure that Denel takes its rightful place. I don't want to take too much of the time. Can I just probably ask Advocate Makobe to just come in on those issues quickly, if the Honorable House permits, if it's okay.
Proceed, Advocate. Is Makobe on the line?
Advocate Makobe?
He's on the line muted. He needs to unmute himself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Proceed, Advocate.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. Proceed, Advocate. Honorable Chair, we seem to have a problem. Advocate Makobe probably is just struggling. He's muted again.
Yeah. Am I clear now?
Yes, and proceed. We can hear you.
Hello?
DM. Ntate Makobe nka re o na le mathata. O na le mathata
Is it clear
ne
now?
ntate? Ra utlwa re re bua. Oh yeah, no, he must mute. Let him continue to mute. I think we're in different countries with Advocate Makobe. DM, like I said, it was your session to administer for me the people in the department. But if they've been concluded, the responses, then we can move on. Because I would hear Ms. Jakey was just referring to Makobe for many other areas that yourself and her would have spoken to. You just wanted him to elaborate, be it on reports that Honorable Kachetia asked for, be it on all these matters of procurement, for him to elaborate the cases that are before the courts. So I don't know, but I'm comfortable with the responses if he's unable to come in.
If I may, Chair, if I may, just
Yes.
request, yes, you are correct. I think Advocate was going to speak specifically to the matters like the bill, all those. If I could request, we can make a written submission to those matters. It's more straightforward reports as to where progress is, the issue of the vetting of the boards, etc. We could provide a written update in that respect, Chair.
All right, now I'm comfortable with that. Colleagues, let me check with yourself. If any other person wants to do a follow-up, you can raise your hand. Mr. Makobe, please somebody tell Mr. Makobe to mute his mic. We are fine. He can mute himself, yeah. Can I recognize anybody who wants to do a follow-up with the responses? Okay. In the light that there isn't anybody, I think from my side, Deputy Minister, the matter on the responsibility of ESCOM and what I would have raised around the board, I think the spirit I was raising, within was that, when you change a board, especially such a critical entity, when the country is looking into it to find some, resilience and to give some sort of solutions to this crisis that we experiencing with energy. I can tell you in Johannesburg right now, there's no water. And because of issues of electricity, when there's no power, they're unable to pump. Therefore, now residents are really, really desperate. So it shows you to what extent the issue of ESCOM and availability of electricity and so forth, and the damage that it does to many aspects that we've been talking about, for me was that we don't just interact with the changes of this magnitude through just a media statement. We've removed this, we've put this. I mean, when you put, you still return, for an example, a person of Tireta, you remove, is it Open Nenza or something? I'm sorry for the pronouncement. You put others. Can we just have reasons where you take us into confidence? What made you feel that the old ones who were there, they are equal to the task, the other ones you are removing, and the other ones you are bringing in? Hence, you hear my question was specific around what was required and what is required in terms of skills, requirements, and so forth to bring this entity to what we need it to be. And I think that's something that perhaps go back and look into it so the department can finish us. And this supposedly to be an interactive session so that residents in the country and the people, they're able to understand you, where you are driving and what you are changing as an executive. We understand we're the deputy minister and this appointment ordinarily will be made at the desk of the minister, but because you are here as part of the executive component, I think it's something that you need to grapple with. So I was just not necessarily throwing it to you, but it's something that we need to be taken on board as members of parliament and understand your thinking and the mandates that you are giving these boards, and what is it that you are pressing on them to resolve on energy crisis. It will give us a sense that indeed we can be able to look into it and say in a month and 3 months we're able to, do the tick box and cross those boxes and see they are resolving this coal power station, decommissioning, and so forth and so on. So that it's just not a bunch of names, and this is why we are bringing them, because they are the border slabs. I hope I make sense to you. The other issues, Mrs. Acting DG, if we can really have what Honorable Kachale would have requested on the progression of all these committees and the reports they offer in writing as well to the committee secretary, that would be mostly appreciated. The matter of shareholder compact, you know, Ms. Jackie, I hear you now. You keep on, you know, I want you to be safe from both the accountability, because Parliament is not just things that we just utter and say. And when you go to the specifics and what has been happening previously, you can't find it. You need to also protect yourself, your institution you represent, because we are also an institution of Parliament that we hold you accountable to what you say. You know, so I hear you are sounding confident about, and you're saying confident the shareholder management bill, Mr. Makoyo is supposed to tell us. We've been here from 2019. We've been saying the same story. It's not happening. Honorable Mkonas is correct when she says that I sound like a broken record. And we're going to say it until we finish this term, because we would have seen your financial statements and so far your performance. The shareholder management bill becomes your target. It's not there. So we're going to say it until the last, because you would have budget for it. You would have put it as part of your strategic plan. So it's our responsibility to make follow-up. And we also sound very bad. It makes us to feel bad as a legislator who does oversight over you. It makes us to look like something else. I'm afraid of the word, but we look like something else. When we keep on asking you the same questions, you keep on coming back to us and say, no, we are going to put it to cabinet, we're coming back, there's a presidential. No, we can't work that way. So I am sorry to say, not necessarily, I'm just wanting to caution you when you keep on saying, I'm confident it's going to come, we'll hear the progress report. It's okay. Perhaps at a particular point where you are sure of exactly what's happening, it's better. Don't be confident about these things, especially with DPF. Since 2019, we've been at this thing. It has been happening. Another area where you're confident about is this issue of wasteful expenditure. Don't be confident about it because it's still recurring. All I'm trying to advise is that perhaps it's important for yourself to also look back to this historical, understand the frustration where we're coming from and what we're raising, because it's quite important. So let me leave it at that. I don't think there's a follow-up. I was just making those observations towards yourselves, and I'll take the opportunity to thank you, Deputy Minister, for always availing yourself for this committee, and most of the time we're always with you. We really appreciate it, and we wish you that when you go back, these issues that we raise as MPs, can they be taken serious? It's us who must argue this budget. We are really in need for you to really respond to these matters. And I am worried about what Ms. Malinga would have raised about that matter, and Ms. Jackie response to say that matter is in court. Is it 2 million? I don't know, that contract that I was awarded, that you are also, I mean, we are at state capture, we were at state capture. Now we're at another administration, but the road is still continuing clearly. If you would have contracts that are awarded in somewhat, and yourself, you are challenging it. So what's happening exactly in DPE, your controls, your checks and balances? So something's not right somewhere. And at times we remove, what do you call them, politicians, because they're ministers and so forth, because you feel this one is corrupt. And it is really, the administration stays, government stays when politicians get changed and so forth and so on. Now we have confidence, there's a new administration and so forth, or rather new political heads, but the same things are continuing, which is really sad if you ask me. Let me leave you at that. I'm a preacher perhaps in another profession of my life. Deputy Minister, thank you so much, Tata Siabulela. I think you are released, but as the committee, we continue with our next agenda item of the program. Thank you so much, Ms. Jackie, and all the best with your team. You are released, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you. I think you are back, Committee Secretary. Can you flight the agenda and speak to, I think the next item was supposed to be the committee program, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Mukumi, are you back? I don't know how does the system kick out the whole secretary and the chairperson. All right, so this is the next agenda item. Hey, this system of yours. Okay, let's go to the next agenda item. Is that the one for, yeah, the program? Please speak to it. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. The program for the committee, it's as directed by the House Chair committees in relation to the focus areas. The first 2 weeks of this term are dedicated to the budgetary review and recommendations report. So the interactions that we have had today of the Fiscal Commission and the AG are meant to help us to interrogate the annual report of DPE, which is what we have done, and then it would inform what is entailed in the budgetary review and recommendations report, which is something that administration will be busy with to ensure that by next week we are done with the report. All reports must be submitted by the 21st of October. So by next week, we'll ensure that the committee has got a report and recommendations based on the discussions and oversight. And then as the administration, we have identified a date of the 21st of October based on the recommendation, or let me say the resolution that was taken in the last term, for the committees to go into a deeper investigation on the issues that were raised around the maladministration at Koeberg, for the two committees to go on that one-day visit again to the Koeberg, which is on the 21st of October 2022. And then on the 26th of October, we've got SAFCOL annual report and financial statements. And then on the 2nd of November, we've got ESCOM annual report. However, there is a letter that has been tabled by the minister regarding the inability of ESCOM, and also as reported by the AG, that they won't be able to table their annual report on time. So that is a tentative agenda, because we are not sure as to which day will they table. Then the 4th of February, 4th of November 2022, it's also another day that we have set aside for a joint oversight visit with Minerals and Energy. This one it's informed by the letter that was sent to the committee by the from the speaker regarding this issue of the energy crisis. We were mandated by the speaker that the two committees should investigate the extent of this energy crisis and the reported breakages in the power stations of ESCOM. So the committee would then look at the form of maybe visiting 2 power stations or so that seem to be breaking up every day, to go and investigate in terms of what exactly is the issues. This thing emanates from a request from Mr. Kwankwa then, who had requested that there must be a debate in the National Assembly regarding the energy crisis. And then this matter was referred to the portfolio committees to investigate and report to Parliament. So it is a matter that it's still on our table. And then on the 9th of November, there's also Denel, who's also unable to table their annual report. So it's also a tentative date that we have put for them. But the committee would advise which other matters can we put to the fore, and maybe move these ones to the latter in case these entities still had not tabled their annual report. Alexco annual report also, it's also delayed, but it's meant to be, we are meant to be tabling this year, this term. And then these are the other issues that emanate from our oversight visit recommendations that the committee would engage on the 23rd of November with trade and industry and competition regarding the challenges facing technology companies, particularly the policy provisions prohibiting public partnerships, public-public partnerships, and the committee could add any other policy matters that relate to, that prohibits the state-owned enterprises from succeeding. Then on the 30th of November, there is a matter regarding that also comes from our recommendations in the last oversight, that the committee will need to engage with on the issue of the business rescue processes and the liquidation processes, the challenges and recommendations. So we are proposing that the committee engages with the parliamentary legal services so that we get a legal advice on how the committee can, what kind of proposals the committee can make in terms of ensuring that we improve oversight over the best business rescue processes. As the committee would have seen that there was an issue when the committee invited the business rescue practitioners for Mango, and the department was the one presenting. So the issue of oversight regarding business rescue processes is very important. Otherwise, the committee will be caught off guard. So we need a legal advice on that as a committee, so that we're able to ensure that we are not caught off guard on processes. Also, these are uncharted waters in relation to the business rescue process that have taken place in this particular term in particular. Those are the issues. So I think it would be very key for the committee to also give input in terms of the program, in terms of which issues they feel that are more urgent and requires our attention in relation to, with regards to the committee oversight, specifically when we see that some of the entities will not have tabled their annual reports by the end of this term. Thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Chairperson Kumari Magatla, can I hand over your meeting back to yourself, because I was just standing in since we had network challenges. The Secretary tells me that you are back. Will that be correct? Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back, Honorable Shabalala. And thank you very much. I will just check if members adopt the agenda, the program. By the way, the program is I think they can just adopt the program.
Chair, it's Chabalala, I've raised my hand. Can I proceed? Can you go up? Okay, Chair is not saying anything. Basically, Secretary, I want to ask about the oversight visit, for the study tour. It's not here. I think it ought to be here. As much as you would be negotiating with the is it the chairpersons, the House Chair, that we need to put it, because that's what we said. We wanted to take a tour in other different countries. I think we said, I don't know which countries, but there's a report that we received last week. So it must reflect on our program. It is part of our program, even if it's next year or what have you. But we had said around October. The issue of dates can always be looked into, but in principle, we need to put it in so that we are able to adopt it. Secondly, Chair, I want to also speak to the issue of virtual meetings. I think there's a meeting where we spoke about us coming to physical meetings. There are committee rooms available in Parliament. And obviously from your side in your office, there will be that application. But I think that there should be a concerted effort in your office to really hold meetings, especially meetings like your ESCOM meetings. And we need them to be physical. We want the public to see the people given the responsibility to ensure there is energy security, a stable one in the country. It must be physical. The matters of denial are very critical. They also need to be physical. The other one, oversight visit, yes, we understand. BRR is fine, but I think that this other oversight, not visit necessarily, but the ones that we're going to do as the committee on ESCOM, on denial, and others, we need to start to be physical. So I just thought, let me put that one on. Thank you so much, Chair. I'm okay with the presentation.
Honorable members, the matter surrounding the visit is still our proposal up until it's adopted. It cannot be just be put on. We can't have a program that we know for a fact that it's not been sanctioned by Parliament. Up until it's adopted and we are given a go-ahead, then we'll put in the program. And we're still in the process of getting that go-ahead from the Parliament until Parliament endorsed that, and then it will be part of the program. For now, we cannot just put anything which we know for a fact that is not yet sanctioned by Parliament. This is a program of Parliament. It's not our wish. It's a program of Parliament. Then until Parliament endorsed it, then we will be in a position to do that. Secondly, the issue of the venues. We have applied for the venue. We're still waiting for them to tell us as to we are getting the venue. There might be a venue. I heard that there was a community yesterday who got a venue, and I made immediately follow up and I called to check if ours, why we have not, and then they told that for this week, all the venues are still are fully booked. Until next week, we'll be told if next week we'll be getting an available venue. Therefore, all these things that Honorable Chabalala is raising, we are dealing with it together with the officials, of course. Honorable members, that is the program. Is there any a person to adopt them?
Chair, the name is Judith Chabalala. I move for the adoption of the program as raised by the committee secretary and read with those words that you would have said, that we'll still come back to the program as a proviso whenever those matters that we raised would have been given a go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any second, honorable members?
Kwanas here, Chair.
Yeah.
Honorable
Honorable
Chairperson.
Kwanas is seconded.
Yes, I second for the adoption. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, that's the end of our meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who have made presentation, starting from the Auditor-General, the FFC, and the department, including the ministry and everybody that attended our meeting. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Recording